Okay, so besides what looks like a full-on market crash, today's gonna be a bit tricky. A family member of mine is going in for like an emergency procedure. So I'm gonna be off and on the phone kind of frequently. 7.3 last night. What is it now? Does anybody have the current borrow rate? Is it still 7.3? We got IBKR 7.3 with 10,000 shares, Fidelity 5.25 with 120,000 shares, 8.16. Okay. It's cool. I have to, I would be at the hospital right now, but I have to manage positions, so not a fucking option. Okay, cool. Shit's about to get weird. Yeah, I think everything's gonna be fine. It's not too serious. Just kind of caught me off guard, and I'm still kind of like drugged up on allergy medication, so I'm a bit out of it. I need to stop taking this shit. Just warning you guys that I might be like in and out today a little bit as I try to manage both things. You okay? What happened? Nothing. I mean, besides I just woke up like 5 fucking minutes ago. Ding ding. The market is open. Tether crashed last night too. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's another stable coin. Everything went red. As far as stable coins go, it was kind of the canary in the coal mine. Um oh shit, the daily. Oh well. Hmm. See how priced out of fucking spy puts I am right now. This is gonna be interesting. Target dead? Maybe, yeah. Ooh, fuck. That was pretty bad. My calls are dead. Well, maybe. I don't know. My calls are pretty far dated, but I don't think it's gonna make it back up fucking $50. September. Oh, maybe. How bad was their miss? Would you exit AMD July 100s? I don't know. AMD's kind of stable. Everything's just taking a massive hit this morning. Bitcoin's about to careen off a cliff. Cat's doing good. Jimmy taking a pretty hard hit. TLT up. VIX is just gapping up and rocketing though. So almost everything down a couple 100 basis points. Name a better exit than Elon selling off his Tesla shares to buy Twitter, right? Guess I'll be getting assigned BBBY if this keeps up. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Little tired, completely uncaffeinated. I feel like Tim and Eric. I don't know if I've seen that. I mean, I'm sure I have, but I don't remember it. I wasn't up that late last night, actually. You're expecting a spy crash today? Not necessarily. GDS dead? Yeah, what's this on? Not earnings. Their earnings are good. Eh. Don't worry, guys. Super Stonk will explain everything. They're crashing the market because GME was going to run today. Why is there no fucking order book on the SPY? Baba earnings next week will mostly dive off a cliff since China's been locked down all quarter, right? It's not exactly like they're a retailer, Right? Think of what happened to Amazon during lockdown. Their revenues skyrocketed. We do have a higher CTB, but moderately, right? Like it's not that big of a deal. And actually, the percent gain was higher the other day. Nobody getting deliveries in Shanghai. Hmm. I noticed the GME drops of the overall market, but the recovery seems to have a larger impact. Is it back? Thank you so much, Bedhead. I appreciate it, man. Sorry the stream cut out right there. Buying a 95cc be considered a hedge if you sold 100cc, a 95c. Yeah, that would be a hedge. Discord audio stayed up. Thank you so much, Bedhead. I got your Ko-Fi, man. Yep. One sec, guys. Ah, no, not margin called. We need you healthy, big boy. If you need something, let me know. I will. Don't worry. Hmm. My SST calls for Friday are now negative 100%. Congratulations, Jettel. Mine are too. Well, 99.9404. XRT cratering, what mean? Can't be good. Cat still pushing up. Is all the entire US economy gonna move into cat today? What the fuck? Yeah, bar rate 7.3. BlackRock calling BB wanting a TPS report. These weird bells are ringing at the NYSE. I've never heard them, but they're going off like there's selling noises in the background on CNBC. Girk, if I gave you all my money, could you grow it and make me more money? If you gave me all your money, I could make it more money and then keep it. I bought back my 100cc and my 120cc for a small profit. I'm only selling above my cost basis from now on. I can't stomach the risk. That's fair. I thought you were selling like 250s or something, like way out of the money. Well, that's not fair. BTC to 15,000. Probably sooner than you think. This can't be good, right? How much was Tether worth? $7.6 billion redeemed? Not even that much. Yeah, it could be worse. What's his plan for those GME 100 CCs? 100 calls? The calls? They're just a hedge. I have two covered calls out. Everything in my port is blood red other than VXX calls. Just like I like it. After living through '08 and losing, I never thought I'd look forward to a market crash as an opportunity to amass more wealth, but here I am. Thanks to the knowledge, Girk. You got it, Sways. Lost 10% of their market cap in a week. Yeah. Target lost 20% of their market cap overnight. That seems like a bigger deal. Target bigger than Tether? Yeah. Thanks, Dominic. I appreciate it. Target the new stable coin. Did you see Archegos 580% SI when forced liquidations? No. Is it like a new article about the whole Archegos situation? They were insanely over leveraged. Nice, dude. course it could be a great learning opportunity. That's why I'm secretive. Are you still DCAing into BBBY leaps, or are you maxed out for now? I'm still buying them slowly, but I've added I've added to my Augusts. What else did I buy some of? I bought some more January 25s, I believe. I wasn't grumpy yesterday. What's the skinny today? I don't know what's going on yet. We'll find out soon enough. Big overnight sell off and just about everything. I'd love to see the thing that says that they were 580% short on GameStop. Major GME entries? Not really. I bought like a small hedge against my covered calls just in case today gets weird. But other than that, no. And the crazy high reverse repo rate indicates that there's too much liquidity and that it's over leveraged. I wasn't grumpy yesterday. I was just tired of listening to everybody whine about BBBY in the middle of the OPEC cycle. Of course, the price is cheap right now. They're crushing it with like millions of dollars in puts. And frankly, the company, like, it's not illiquid enough to resist that pressure like GameStop is. I thought so. The next retail sales company having subpar earnings. Costco's earnings 526. That seems like a more dangerous one to bet against. I think it was actual data. Someone extrapolated how short they needed to be to lose that much via swaps on just that play. Possible other factors aren't mentioned. Yeah, they were short all kinds of shit. Yeah, I think Sherwin-Williams and HD are probably still good targets. That's a lot of puts. Did RC sell his BBBY options off? I mean, there's no way to know. I doubt it. He could have exercised them too on both of the runs. Will XRT rebalance in June affect up the way it did in March? I mean, that's what we hope, obviously. AMD MOASsing, breaking up. Mm, interesting. This is a weird morning. Huh. Question regarding hedging. Just wondering, wouldn't it be the same if you had just invested a smaller as opposed to spending more to buy a hedge? Wouldn't the difference amount to the same? But you wouldn't have exposure. Invested a smaller what? Just they're scaring off options, the upside, downside, or both sides. Looks like both. I don't know. A lot of puts coming in for the SPY. Not much for GameStop yet. Some piece of secretive and tell us what to buy. I mean, today's SLD too, right? How are you tracking put flow? You can use shift search. Um, you can watch, I think, live skew on TDA. Um, my buddy's got is sharing bookmap with me on Discord right now. I have SPY puts 404 May 22 that are printing. Feels weird to be a bear and want things to crash. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it depends. Bipolar. It's never the same twice. I would say each position's kind of unique. Generally, I mean, sometimes you're just playing like macro movements, like a market bounce back or a market failure. But I mean, I bought SPY puts because we have SLD today, and everything dropped like 100 fucking basis points in the pre-market. But I bought VXX calls because it's detached from futures and the fucking volume's ramping up on it, and I think it's gonna squeeze. Do you make extra revenue if we download your videos? I don't think so. Tinfoil hat theory. So they all blew someone up with that entropy swap, but how? For GME? Yeah, GME looks like it's gonna break down. Maybe. I don't know. It's kind of consolidating a lot. Maybe we bounce at 95. Actually, this whole thing's kind of just a straight downtrend. We really haven't fallen much below. I wouldn't say it's like a descending triangle, more than it is just like a consistent trend. So technically, that should break up at some point. Our volume's also kind of, well, not too bad. Maybe it's a little bit low. I don't think we have nearly as many FTDs today. How far dated are your VXX calls? July? And it's a huge gamble. Nothing may happen there at all. I'm buying it purely based on some kind of weird data and speculation. As you can see, it is not tied to the VIX. Just continuing to push up. Supposedly, it's just trading independently on its own shares and value. Remember that day that it like squeezed and I sold my hedge off? So supposedly after that, it was no longer tied to the futures contracts it's supposed to mimic. They oversold it, and then they had to get like an emergency allowance from the SEC to release more shares. IWM broke upward. Interesting. SPY's not. Maybe it is. What's weird is the SPY is dropping, but cat's still just rocketing up. Like Nvidia's moving up. Netflix isn't doing much. What's Apple doing? Oh, Apple's still coming down. AMD's just shooting up too. Looks good. Hmm. This is a weird day. Is there any like big economic news today? Are we getting any reports? The housing and oil reports today. There's a 52-week bill auction at 11:30 and a 20-year bond auction at 1. And then Harker speaks after market close, one of the Fed presidents. Yeah, Amazon's down 4% too. I mean, Jimmy's also down 4%. It looks like retail's taking a hit everywhere. XRT's down 5, so everything's getting battered. A little bit of a bounce here, maybe. And that's a breakout, but let's see if it holds. What happened to UVXY back in 2011, 2012? And back here? Oh, oh, 2011, 2000. You mean when it was like first listed? I have no idea. I don't think that's correct on the charts. It didn't squeeze to $1 trillion, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, I know Cat announced a $15 billion buyback. The Cat is doing big ups today. It's already up 2%. With Jimmy borrow rate going up, it's a sign of prepping for May OPEX, or it could be. I mean, this is around the time in the previous cycle that we started to see the borrow rate start trickling up. The bigger thing here really is that borrow rates starting off from 5%, which we talked about this the other day. The borrow rate starting off from 5% as opposed to 0.75 where it was at last time. So if they're going to borrow similar quantities, even the borrow rate is going to go up significantly in excess of where it was last time. I think, what did it hit? 27% was the peak. GME picking up some volume. Nice. It did actually break out a little bit, but that's not all of it. I wouldn't say the volume too crazy, but it's decent. See if it continues. Where's gamma neutral today? Delta neutral 101, 98. Ooh, that is gamma neutral. That gamma neutral at 100. Hmm. Visa's looking interesting, although I think it may break down. Hmm. I'm trying to put the VNGN GMDN numbers in the borrowable shares thread in Quanticord when we get them. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, Atomic. I think we assume May OPEX for BBY, but not GMA. It's possible, but unlikely. If they're going to cover the whole basket of shorts, they're going to probably do it relatively during the same time period, at least. I know BBY ran a little later than GameStop last time. What's Gamma Max today? High. It's really high. It's still like up in the like 170s, I think. 160s maybe. SPY double bottom or just down? Good question. I mean, we want to see, to confirm more downside, we want to see a break below that resistance right there, right? So if we, especially with volume, which it looks like it's going to do, or it's trying to do, it's not a good sign that volatility is picking up on this. So if you look, like, this is widening out. See that? Nope. I mean, I guess if you have puts, that's a good sign. Remember, volatility is inverse price, usually. That was like one of the very first things that was really interesting about GME run-ups is they tended to have like a pattern that indicated increased volatility before they began. They stopped doing that after June, but what do you expect from BBBI earnings today? Do they have earnings today? Really? Oh, Best Buy. Oh, I don't know. That'll affect us though, to some degree. It looks like the SPY is gonna kind of stabilize here. I wonder if it gets rejected off. There's another trend too. Hmm. What happened to KR? She died. I think all retail's taking a hit today. Jesus. Fucking gap down. Hmm. Need to buy some more of that. Fuck. Jesus. Yeah, AMD's still pushing up. Doesn't seem to have a problem with the overall market action today. GameStop's trying to. It looks good. I think it might run. It looks like they're trying to cover without jumping the bid right now. Lots of OTC orders. Should we going up to 40,000 today? I don't think so. Well, there's plenty of orders on the book. But we're experiencing a little bit of negative beta, which is interesting. Well, 103.50, I believe, is above today's. That would put us above gamma neutral. Okay. That's a higher low. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close it and it's gonna get rejected at EMA and then careen down. Oh well, whatever. I got 20%. Let's see what GameStop's gonna do. Meh. X is moving up. The firm's fucking killing it today. Docu's doing pretty good too. Be careful with this. I don't like the lower high here. You think the cat run is stopped? Yeah. I mean, probably just a lot of people selling out at 217.50. I might kind of slump for a little bit. It got rejected twice, 3 times really. It's staying pretty high in the trend though, so it'll likely test again, but it's going to take a minute. Wheat's doing fine. It's just not doing anything, right? There we go. Okay. Higher low. That's good. We're moving. So remember, I told you guys before, when you start moving up away from your trend. So here's the trend. See how we found support higher? That's good. That divergence that you see there is a bullish signal. No, I think the SPY found some support and it's gonna move up. And if it does, and we get some active fund pressure, I think we're gonna move up a little bit too. No, it's not MOASS. I do hope AMD hits 105 though. Hey, look at that. Gamma neutral, like right up here. So would you categorize as MO or MOA? Like M. One day it will be MOASS. One day. Thanks, Pigeon Teeth. I hope so. Gonna get rejected at fucking gamma neutral? Or are we gonna break out? Come on, you can do it. God, this stock's so fucking illiquid. Um, is this AMC dragging us into MOASS? No. What's AMC doing? Is it doing something crazy? What the fuck is this based on? Nothing. Separating out FTDs in the basket, maybe. Is this TFT? No. They bought a company? Is it a better company? Dalio spent like 700 grand on fucking GME and AMC. It was nothing. Trust me, I highly doubt Ray Dalio even knows that the fund bought it. It's a company that advertises in movie theaters, so not too detached from their current business. He spent 700 million, not 700K. Did he? See, I've seen articles that report both. And the SEC filing that or well, the report on the SEC filing I saw. Hold on, I'll just look. It's easier. Gene F. I haven't seen GME and their fucking 13F. Oh, it's not on this page. He bought 175,000 shares of CAT at $22. $222. 150,000 shares of AMD at 109. Man, he's fucking really good at hitting the peak, isn't he? We lost our fucking job for that one. Seriously? I'll just go on Fintel and look. 1 second. Are we falling back to the trend line? That's not good. Costco's down 10%. It is 700,000. Okay, yeah. I saw a news article that said it was 700 million. Ooh. Kind of works. And I was like, oh, GameStop's gonna run because they're lying about how much Dahlia bought. I'm surprised Costco is down so much. We have really high sales reports, at least in my department. And Costco, if Costco is down right now, it's because it's being shorted. Because their earnings aren't until later this week, right? Yeah, this is a sell-off. This is fuck. Costco's cheap right now. Man, I told myself sub 450. I was going to go deep on this. Might be buying some Costco soon. I'm going to start watching it. Oh, SPY's grinding down more. Knew that was going to fucking happen. More puts at 400. Oh, we seem to be trading on this trend now. Hmm. This is interesting. A lot of stocks that people own are taking hits today. Like Target, Costco. These are like value portfolios, right? It's going to scare out the boomers. Yeah, it does. Yeah, usually it's pretty low volume on the options chain, AJ. Does Costco give free samples of their stock? Yeah, I think our run on GameStop for the day is over. And we tested Delta neutral again. Seems to be the theme. So yeah, cat failed. Well, it failed a little harder too. Might recover now. That's a good point for it to bounce at 214. That's a solid resistance. No lie, Costco food is bussin'. I've gotten food poisoning from Costco like twice. I try not to eat there. You still in the money puts if you want to be assigned. Yeah. You can get assigned. It's part of the risk. If I hold an out of the money put option for longer than a day, does that make me a long-term investor? No, it doesn't, Ryan Cohen. I'd eat at Costco first. Emperor 5000. Maybe if you drank from a Camelback every once in a while, your immune system would be prepared for how Costco prepares their food. You know, I feel like that falls in line with the immune theory presented by Koala Hugger when he was in here. You know, that idea of, going around and licking toilet seats to inoculate yourself against the various strands of COVID. Um, but I think you could one up it, Dork. For posterity's sake, why don't you run around and drink out of other people's Camelbacks? Not your own, right? Not your own filthy water backpack, but other people's filthy water backpacks. Consider that. Rebaked Costco pizza isn't bad. Spoken like a true Californian turd. Do they? I so I ate there. Me and my friends stopped at a Costco on our way out to Vegas one time. Um, and I fucking I don't remember what I got. I think I got like pizza or something. I was sick all fucking weekend. It was terrible. I didn't report it. I mean, I was like 21, also pretty drunk, but I already do that at music festivals. Okay, well, problem solved then. Can I send you photos of my portfolio to blast, just like Gordon Ramsay? Fuck, pump it. See, so that's why I bought calls on GameStop this morning for whoever was asking about hedging. Because I sold them, I made 200 bucks. And now if I have to buy back my covered calls, I'm good, right? It doesn't look like I'm gonna have to, but so I made $200 ensuring that I didn't get assigned. It's worth it. Eating scrum for COVID immunity. Koala hugger knows how to party. Drinking water straight from the Hudson. That's probably just a good way to get cancer. Although supposedly it's a lot better nowadays. They've been actively trying to clean it up for a while. If you go further up, the Hudson's fine. It's pretty clean. I get it shipped in. I don't know. I was pretty drunk. I was drunk enough that I thought $1.50 hot dog was the best deal in the world. It wasn't. Careful with that, Duxton. Someone might do it. Hmm. Is the spy just gonna bounce on 400 five times? The selling off doesn't seem to be very strong. But you can taste the fear, you know? Yep. There goes GME back down again. Well, that was exciting. 8.2 borrow rate. Cool. What happened to DDS? Everything took a hit because of Walmart and Target. All the retail. GameStop actually doing better than a lot of them. When VXX launched, fuck, I don't even know if it's gonna. But if it does, I've got calls. Any idea why a firm is doing so well today? Bets on e-commerce, I would say, but even that's not doing super great. Oh, by the way, not getting assigned on Amazon again. Fuck Bezos. What time is SLD over? Friday? Ooh, broke to the upside a little bit there. I really need to draw both of these, so just moving them around. I've never been assigned on GME. My 90 CCs that expire next Friday might stay in the money by this Friday. Think I'm safe or consider buying them back before then? You could consider buying back before then. If they're going to be in the money by Friday, which they may not be, right? Can't even begin to explain how bullish I am on GME right now. What an amazing feeling. It's hard to find the right words to express this feeling in English, and that's the only language I speak. Thank you, Cage. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I wanted to get assigned on Amazon. I mean, it's cool. I have free Amazon shares, but I want the cash, right? Like I don't really want the Amazon shares that much. Not 100 of them, especially pre-split. I keep selling in the money fucking covered calls and the price keeps tanking. I can't win. And no one's exercising them. Like I can't get exercised at all. Just because there's a chip shortage Doesn't mean that chip manufacturers are making less money, right? They can charge more. They can charge more for the same product because of the high demand. And companies like AMD and Intel already make most of the money from their retail sales. Like on the retail side, the profits are really slim. Even when you lose, you make hella money. What? I haven't made hella money. Also, don't use that word. It's gross. You're better than that. Stop explaining supply and demand. I will not. VXX only running with market correction or crash. No, VXX not completely detached from the overall market. You got it, Chico Pickle. Have a good one, man. Thank you. Did you just complain about making back-to-back high-risk bets for high premium and winning? Yes. It's so my issue is that I have a lot of capital tied up in Amazon that I want to put other places, but I also don't want to like sell without profiting. It's kind of like having a thing that you don't really want and you kind of want to get rid of it. Like, say you're tired of your car, right? And you're like, I want to get rid of this piece of shit. Ooh, I almost sold that at a loss by accident. Um, Even when you lose, you make more money than I do that's upstairs. I bought 3 July contracts in VXX yesterday. What is it? It's an ETN that tracked forward futures contracts. It no longer does, um, but it used to. I bought it because there's weird shit going on with the options chain over there, and if they delist it, it can squeeze. Another great call on a firm. Where do you see it going today and tomorrow? Thanks again for everything you do. Winning plays, even if this doo-doo chop market. Appreciate you, sir. I don't have the TA open right now, but this break of 2619 is important. Next resistance at 3180. So hopefully it keeps pushing up. I think it will. The gap up was very encouraging. I'll probably re-enter around 2750. Um, on a side note there. Ew. Oh, there's some volume. Yeah. Breakdown. That was too much for you. You picked up too much heat. 800 lazy bots. 1 second. Um, 800 bots in here not hitting the like button. If you guys could, please. Thoughts on Executive Order 14032, Chinese collateral becoming worthless? I don't care about it at all. That's one of the stupidest DDs I've ever read. And do you think massive hedge funds aren't repositioning in advance of that kind of shit? Like, oh, we got caught with our pants down about this thing that's been fucking announced for 2 years. Shit. No. Fucking come on. What do you mean it no longer tracks? It's detached from the contracts it's supposed to follow. Decoupled, if you will. Quick story time. I accidentally bought 10 instead of 1 June 17 spy puts for 12.30. Immediately got scared and sold for an $80 profit. Each contract now worth 13.40. Rip. Yeah, that's a bit rough. AMC squeezing. It's going to Pluto. Sure. How far out are your VXX calls? July? You sound like the origin story of Ken Griffin. I didn't have a rich grandmother. I didn't grow up in Florida. Sorry, it's me. I have 800 different computers watching to help your view count. It's hard to manually like from all of them. No worries. Take your time, Daniel Mushrush. I'll trade you my Roblox and SoFi bags for your Amazon bags. They're much lighter, and I'll throw in a fractional bag of something. No, thank you. Is there a time window you're looking at for EPAM to make a move? Yeah, I'm looking at to make a move in like the next week or so. So sometime before next Friday, although it could be a little longer potentially. It could be as late as like the 30th. I'm buying pretty far out though. Also, options are kind of hard to come by. So I'm making sure I give myself some time to sell them. What's Drake VXX did you buy? 35? I mean, if it's going to squeeze, it's going to squeeze, right? I just give you a like. I'll send you an invoice. Thank you so much, Average Joe. I legitimately hope there's some people getting out On the little boost in popcorn. Well, you know what's so beautiful about these volatility positions is these little boosts, they restore hope, right? If it runs up a little bit every few months, everyone's like, oh, no. I was feeling the FUD, but now I'm back in. August 19, $12 calls on BBBY, down 47% since purchased. Hold or roll? Up to you. Oh, I mean, hold for OPEX. They've already lost the value that they're gonna lose, right? Would you buy them in the money or something? For EPAM? That's what I've been targeting is July. I'd buy leaps on it too. It's just hard to get contracts filled. It's not as hard as like DDS or CAR, but it's still pretty hard. The fact that King Griffin was born in Daytona Beach, Florida makes me loathe him even more. Florida does not count him as one of us. Unless he gives me a Billy, and then he will be my best friend. They can give us so many characters. This is so long. Anyway, Riku, thank you so much. Definitely not Kirk's Bull Mayo guy. Do you have anything to say about the Costco options chain? It's usually pretty dry. It kind of still is. Look for like these periods are usually a little better. They're quarterlies. Might be July. July's not the worst. I mean, there's just not a lot of options trading going on there. It's kind of overpriced. Most people trade options on stocks. Like you'll see the most options volume on stocks that are cheaper. Also, I'd imagine a significant number of calls were closed, right? Today. Both both sold calls and bought. Although I really do think Costco is starting to drift like down near fucking almost book value. That's an insane amount of gains lost already. And their earnings hasn't even happened yet. Jesus Christ. Was the rad play completely dead? I don't know. I still just have leaps. They're not doing anything. If they get bought out, I make a bunch of money. If they don't, I lose like $1,000. I don't really give a shit. That's the trade-off, right? That's the risk. I'm just like I probably won't even lose the full $1,000. I'll lose like I don't know, some insignificant portion of that. Supposedly, they're moving forward with the hostile takeover. Apparently, the value of their customer database is quite a bit. So, far in excess of the value of the company itself. Do you recall what happened to Sam Adams over the past few years? No. The beer company? I don't know how low Costco is going to go. I'm really surprised that it's dropped this much so far. I need to look at their earnings real quick though and see what the fuck is going on here. Or not their earnings, but Costco's or Target's rather. Because it doesn't make sense that it's that bad. Where's Target? I mean, they missed, but there'll be more to that. Higher fuel and freight costs. It's the looks like yeah. Increase in diesel costs. 30% higher? Jesus Christ. I mean, that's gonna be a blow to everyone's e-commerce side. So I think what we're seeing is we're seeing a bit of that multiple lost. GameStop might actually not be getting hit as hard today because, well, frankly, they don't. Their e-commerce really isn't that fleshed out. It was time for a firm re-entry. What's it at? Oh yeah, let's get in there. Wait for funds to settle on this account. Oops. I don't think so, Yins. Yeah, their forward guidance looks pretty shitty. Costco's earnings are bad. It's because people are canceling their memberships. I mean, why would people might cancel their memberships as they come due, but I doubt it. And a lot of people's memberships are just tied to their Costco credit cards, right? I don't know. We'll see what happens. I actually don't expect the SPY to get hit as hard during this SLD period as previous ones, but it's taken a beating today with the big retail sell-off and e-commerce sell-off. And with the cashback, like most people's memberships are free anyway. Can you do some TA on gold? It's in a giant cup and handle, and yeah, that's it. It's been doing the same shit forever. There's really no TA to be done on it. It's just there doesn't seem to be a lot of interest in gold above like 1800. If the economy crashes, I'm sure it'll move up. But right now, eh. Costco credit card's about to margin call me. Maybe this explains the price action. Dow Jones Indices says it's removed Tesla from its S&P 500 ESG index. Oof. I need to buy back those covered calls, by the way. This is up like Up like 97%. There's no reason to keep holding them. Freeze up some margin. Just 900s. You know what? Maybe I'll just hold on to my shares for a little bit. I might sell them if it drops too hard. Sell like a week. $7.95. Look at AutoNation. Jesus. I don't think it's just Target's earnings, turd. I know there's more to it than that. There's no ignoring that, this is their position, right? Like, death to retail. Yeah, I see. Down 7% today. SPY slipped 400. They're not, it's not an intraday cup and handle on gold. Hmm. Put buying on the SPY is ramping up like crazy. VXX doesn't track the SPY, PopCern, which you know. Or it doesn't track the VIX anymore. The VIX is moving up. VIX is up 7% today. VXX hasn't moved at all today. Oh, did it get delisted? What the fuck is going on here? Is it like not trading? No, it's trading. Oh, it's just at 0. Okay, that's weird. Someone just bought 100,000 shares of it. cat looking like? Ooh, cat down for the day now. Interesting. It's a brief window. Ooh, I basically you're low. What do? You can hodl. You can buy more. You can sell. There's lots of options. It doesn't track anything. This landing is so soft. Your favorite stock of BBIG is up 16%. I don't care. My spy puts are up 40%. So, and then my spy puts earlier were up 25%. The deposit period's the same. The settlement period's stretched out a little more. That's all that really changed. What should I do with my gold coins? Schiff told me to buy at 2K. Who the fuck is Schiff? Slowest rug pull ever. Looks like I wasn't wrong about my covered calls. Maybe I should have sold more of them. Only sold like 5. Oh well. How far down should SPY be for you to be worried? I don't know. It's moving down too slow for me to really be too concerned. It'll probably find stability in this range again. Maybe we test 385 one more time. Seems to be a lot of support at like 396, 395. Sell-offs? Every time it hits a new lower low at this point, there's a potential for sell-offs to kick in. Honestly. So if we go sub 385 now, I mean the potential for a crash is there, right? This isn't good. The problem is the sell-offs aren't really that extreme, and most of the short positioning is like through options, and then they get shed and we recover. This week's been crazy though. It's bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. Fucking all over the place. Oh, okay. I gotta make a phone call real quick. Don't let the spy rally without me. Um, what do you guys want me to leave it on? Do you want me to leave it on the spy or GME? I mean, they're both relatively like GME's not doing shit right now. It's just down here. It's gonna chop. When the volume's really low today too. Both. All right, I'll just put up both. It's just like hard to see them when I do that. I gotta go see because um I might have to, if fair warning, I may have to end the stream early. In order to go pick someone up from the hospital. So if I do, I'll let you guys know like 30 minutes ahead of time. But let me go make this call. I'll be right back. Hello. It's me. I'm back. Thanks, C Money. I appreciate it. Congratulations on your small penis wrestling years. Oh, I didn't get margin called. I have a family of mine, member of mine, had to go to the hospital this morning for like an emergency procedure. Thanks, Moxfox. Dude, how do you know translation? Don't worry about it. Literally never bought shares of anything, had them go up. Fuck my life. It'll happen for you one day, Matt Warren. If anything, that tells you you're buying shares at the wrong time. Thanks, Sick. I'll let you guys know if I have to take off. I'll let everybody know. Man, now I just wish I held all the spy puts instead of buying back into zero DTEs after cashing my other ones out. Anybody else riding the spy down? The spy puts are insane. Yeah. Yeah, I know Jimmy bar rate's at 8.2. God, I need like a live fucking ticker of the borrow rate, don't I? Because as it goes up, people are just going to be doing this all day, every fucking day for another month. This happened in March too. Everyone's like, bro, borrow rate's up 0.2%. Don't know if you heard. And then the next guy's like, hey man, borrow rate's up. And the guy after that's like, I don't know if you heard this, Pickle, but the borrow rate's going up. Not that I don't love the feedback, but read the room. Bro. Wait, NW, is the borrow rate up? Don't you dare bounce, you piece of shit. Go back down. There you go. Let's fucking go VXX. What's it doing? Is it doing things? Hey, look at that. Nice. It's not it's tracking and not tracking the spy. That's exciting. Just came back from the bathroom, saw that the buy rate is up to 8%. Has this been discussed? It has now. Goddamn, thank you so much, Cage, for letting us know that the bar rate's up. Never had green calls, but the first time I buy a put, I make money. It sounds like maybe that you should just be a bear. Wrestling Gears, thank you so much. Hold on, I think you got censored. It's weird. Sorry, I had to do it to him. Thank you so much, Cage. Bro, you fucks. Hola from Europe. Thank you so much, Wrestling Gears. I appreciate it, dude. Has anyone noticed that the new bar rate hasn't moved since it last moved? I didn't, but thanks for filling me in. Who knew being a short hedge fund could be so fun? Bro, we all know the bar rate is up, but did you know that Ray Dalio bought a whopping $700,000 of GME via his fund and probably knew about it? That's like 4 cents in real people money. It really is. Ray Dalio farts $700,000. Dude buys like fucking $700,000 worth of GameStop and like 1% of his portfolio into Berk A. And people are like, GameStop, that's his big bet. And then while they're settling FTDs, all the fucking like Motley Fool and Market Watch are gonna be like, oh yeah, GameStop trying to find a fair price after Dalio makes a massive risky move into these meme stocks. And then in 3 weeks, you're gonna be like, Dalio losing hundreds of thousands of dollars. If Dalio had bought GameStop in 2002, it'd now be worth the same amount of money. Let's compare that to the SPY's performance over the last 18 years. I could just already see the articles. The bot hasn't even written them yet. This morning I asked my neighbor to borrow his rake, and now I don't think I can afford to give it back. Borrow rakes went way up. Starch Monk, can you recap the estimated range for GME today? I'm diamond handing calls into the abyss right now. Why didn't you sell them this morning? I don't know. It depends. If the market turns around here, uh maybe I could go
God, man, the market just doesn't look that good, honestly. I think we probably just keep dropping. To be fair, big news in my DMs is that the fucking borrow rate is up. Fuck you, secure. You son of a bitch. Did Dalio's disastrous entry into GME ruin his investing legacy? Oh man. It shows runs a couple of days after the third Friday of the month. You mean like me? You mean OPEX? I don't know what Linux this is on. I gotta ask him. I'm in the Discord over there. I just haven't talked to him in a little while. Breaking news, forget the bar rate. It's recently been discovered that Moonone is the one buying your Amazon position for the sole purpose of not exercising it. That son of a bitch. We all thought 1750 was an amazing entry for BBBY. You think 95 CC is safe? Into the end of this week, I would say 95s are kind of risky. That's really close. I mean, you're talking like those. What the fuck? Oh, okay. That was weird. Um, 95s are what? Point 0.4 delta? I mean, your risk of assignment's really high. Point 0.2, like above gamma neutral is not bad. Especially if you can catch like a little run up. I don't I don't sell covered calls below gamma neutral. That's risky shit. Unless I know we're dropping, like we've run really hard and we're definitely gonna drop. What's the catalyst for EPAM ups? They lost value for no reason. They have a bunch of senior staff in Ukraine, and they lost like a huge amount of their market cap because of the war. But their earnings are still solid. They're doing great. It's like nothing's really changed, and so some of that value is gonna come back. Oh shit. All right. No, it's okay. The borrow rate didn't go up to 9%. Don't worry, guys. What's the Federal Reserve open up? They're coming. They're coming here to close out my spy puts. The bear is a common national personification for Russia and the former USSR and Germany. The brown bear is Finland's national animal. Cool. Spy starting an uptrend? We'll find out. This is supposed to be a bullish reversal. It's kind of weak. It's likely going to break down, right? This is a bear flag. Firm rally dead? Maybe. The market's getting hit pretty hard. Even AMD's rallies fucking retraced. Hey, SST's up 1% though. Woo! Going to the moon. And Affirm looks pretty good actually compared to the rest of the market. This is going back down. Huge GME calls coming in for Friday. Am I reading this right on Shift Search? Probably covered calls. Hold on. I don't have GME open on Shift Search right now. It looks like they're being sold. Big, big call sell off on GameStop right now. Hey, look. Everything's doing exactly what we thought it would do. Even though a lot of weird shit happened in between. See, that's awesome. I love it when analysis plays out like that. Like when all kinds of crazy shit happens, but yet everything still does exactly what you expect. Like everything up into a midweek rally and then off a cliff. And you're like, is it going to happen? I don't know. Things changed, and then it does. It's almost like macroeconomics and market factors play a far larger role in the pricing of assets than anything else. Hedge funds control the whole market. Are you a water slide or a roller coaster kind of guy? Neither. I don't. I'm not going to put my life in the hands of a teenager with a joystick. Vega neutral around 73. Could Jimmy go below this? Vega neutral's lower right now, and yes, it could not much, generally speaking. But I think Vega neutral's in the 60s right now. Let me take a look. Yesterday at 55.35. So Kitty Pickle, I am a stock god. Thank you. Good time to buy into cat right now. No. No, it's not. Wait for the knife to hit the floor before you try to pick it up. Liquidity rules everything around me. Are you saying TA is BS? No, TA is great for identifying shit. It's good for looking at large amounts of data quickly. That's what TA is best at doing. Macroeconomics and market factors are fine. But what about hopium and personal feelings? Those don't matter at all. Well, if Musk backs out of Twitter, then the price can finally go down. Saw an ad that I should use Bazinga Options Helper because I have over a 90% win rate. What can you offer, Pickle Man? Like 60, 68%, roughly? Costco raises hot dog price by $1. Are you trying to short squeeze Costco? Relax with that fake news. It's really close to 69%. Ooh, higher high, higher low. That's not good. That recovered way too soon for a breakdown from that. Stick with Girk. He'll show you how to turn 10K into $10,000 and $10,040 during the November OPEX run. Yeah, I killed it on that one. No, it was the returns were slightly better than that at like just under 1%. God, that rug pull was the worst. Don't remind me. I was this close to buying GME calls for the VUP cycle, but then you didn't answer any of my questions, and you didn't seem frothy about GME yet, so I didn't. Then GME dropped. You were my JPAL. What's your number one tip for keeping emotions out of stock market plays? Take an amount of money that you don't care about at all. Like say you're just gonna buy something really stupid. Take that money and use that money to trade with. Because you don't give a shit if you lose it. And that's how you should feel about all of your trades. You just have to not fucking be attached to the money. That's why I loved paper trading as long as I did, was because it detaches you from the value of the money. And once you can create that separation in your mind, it becomes like a score, right? Like you're playing a game and the money is just the score and you want the high score. And that's the easiest way to do it that I know of for normal people. Don't get me wrong, there's people that have issues. Probably like me, where they don't care about any of the money. Don't don't like hang your hopes and dreams on like a fucking options contract, right? That's the biggest problem with GameStop from the start everyone formed this like, even I did it to some degree, formed this like emotional bond with the stock and its price. And that's just like bag holder mentality 101, right? Hold on, I spilled my coffee on my keyboard. Son of a fucker. Hang your hopes and dreams on options contract. I wish you told me this before I lost all those monies. I definitely did. I've said similar things since day one of this stream. Yeah, if you get the timing right, you can make bank. Too late. I'm emotionally attached to VXX. They're not, the pickle picks aren't daily. They're usually like once a week. Dillionaire. I like barbecue. I take great care of my bags. Thank you very much. Yeah, she only does updates privately now. She deleted her Reddit account because she was getting harassed. But I think she still wanted people to like get the data, so I was like, if you want, I'll share it with everyone when you do it. I mean, she doesn't like run it daily or anything, but when she checks in on it, I try to update everybody. Why JFresh is so bullish on GME? What do you mean? I mean, he likes the stock. We all do. Beat my stocks like they owe me money. More market down tomorrow? Probably, Carl. I would say likely through the end of the week. Surprised we're not seeing a little more range on these lows, though. I think it's starting to stabilize a little bit down here at like 396. I don't like the stock. I like the company. You know what? Well said, Dork. Zoom out, man. It isn't stable. I said it's stabilizing. I like barbecue. Thank you so much for coming to dinner. If you want, hit me up on the Discord.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 5 cent weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon, man. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC.
See, like, these are those points where GME does not follow the technicals. Like, almost everything would have thrown a buy signal yesterday, right? It's all over the place. Like, get the fuck in, this is gonna run. But we know that, you know... Oh, Jesus. I still had it turned up from the JPOW speech. I'm sorry, guys. So first off, I like barbecue. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. Second, I'm sorry that I blew up everybody's eardrums. You'll be okay, I promise. Just a little tinnitus later in life. Then in response to Stefan, yeah, everything's pointing at the end of yesterday, you know, your technicals are all pointing up. They're throwing buy signals. You know, it looks for all intents and purposes like the stock's about to run. But we know, you know, SLD is coming today. We know these other factors are in play that, you know, aren't indicated by technicals. And that's that, you know, that's the limit of their usefulness. You developed an emotional attachment to Brazilian puts. You should marry him. I don't know if you need to wait, Carl. Here's the thing, though. We still have FTDs tomorrow, right? So we might see another bump tomorrow morning, like a small one, which might be a little better than the current trading price. But if the market keeps sliding, we could close the day out at like 88. You have me some hearing aids. When selling in the money 0 DTE SPY puts today, can I hold them till market close, or should I sell them at an earlier point because of theta? They don't have any theta left, right? So you can hold them a while. The theta's already gone. The rate at which the contract value decays is also slowed because they're in the money. I would, however, say that if it continues to stabilize, there's no point in holding them longer. How will ETF rebalance in June affect GME's price? And hopefully it makes us go up, right? Hmm. Why can't you be like Kramer when you're bearish on GME? Oh, where it inverses my bearishness? Extrinsic value, Austin. When are they dated for, William? Are they like expiring this week or? Are grain futures even trading right now, or are they still halted? Does anybody know? I need to check. Oh, the downside puts are still in place. Phillips. Downside gap at 91. Ex dividend in the next 3 days. It probably won't drop into its ex dividend date. Spy's pushing lower. I expect wheat and commodities to go up. But fear isn't as high as it was on the last big market drop. So, this one, like this phase right here from like 420, when all the commodities shot up, there was a lot more fear on this drop, and it was faster. So if we start to see some fast drops and big spikes in the VIX again, then you're going to see that money start coming back into commodities. Yeah, that's an awfully big drop you're betting on with oil climbing, by the way, for that ex dividend. I don't know if it will. Not all gaps get filled. You see if I'm blocked or timed out or something? I'm like 25 tag comments in and Girk doesn't catch any of them. Are they printing to the chat, Willie? I'm not on top chat. I'm on live. I got your Discord DM. Thank you. I think everyone will be okay. I hope. What do you think Cat will get down to? Maybe back to like the 200 range. The supports on Cat are really good, so it's hard to say. With the market turning down the way it is, though, everything's kind of just slipping support. Oh, it's tough to tell this early. They were printing? I didn't see any of them. Sorry. Thank you so much for the well wishes. Do you have any expectations on Archegos swap investigations? No. I mean, Archegos was already the fall guy, right? Like, they didn't go after the primes who fucking gave him the money. It's not that I don't want to see, like, criminality rooted out of the market. I do. Where and when it exists, yes. That'd be awesome. I just don't think it's anyone's best interest to do that, except in the way you see it being done. Yeah, he'll rat out some big players and then some fucking intern will go to jail for 3 months. This would be a bad time to start a long investment portfolio. I mean, yeah, you'd want to wait till there's a recovery. But if you can buy the bottom, you know, there could be a once in a lifetime opportunity, especially if you're in your like 20s or 30s. Well, twice if you traded the COVID crash, but the only true hedge and store of value is TJ Maxx. Maybe they just hold all the swaps, turd. Poor Melvin who opened a long only fund. Why? His timing's perfect. See, that's the kind of super stock shit that's just fucking stupid. If you think he's buying long into a fucking bear market, like, I know the guy fucked up, but he's not that big of an idiot. I figured out the name of your old Discord chat group that went nuts. QQQAnon. Was there an age too young to start trading? No. Although, if you're too young, you have to be a little more wary of your willingness to accept risk. Supposedly. Dude, it was a joke. I know, but it is and it isn't, right? It's a joke, but it gives people the wrong idea. Like Melvin's opening a long fund into the bottom of the market. He's going to be very successful. And if he hadn't won so many years in a row, his investors would have left, right? Did they? No. And sure, he got blown up on fucking, but he had a small, like, little fund, little baby fund. They blow up, you know, give him another chance. There's a lot of guys that have blown up $13 billion funds. Numerous indicators show CAP would be going up. It went up. Not anymore. CAT's also one of the most heavily weighted stocks in the Dow, if not the most heavily weighted stock in the Dow. It's up there. So if people are selling out of the index, it's going to hurt. All right, that's a good recovery. I'm closing these. We got a good fill too. My 18-month-old getting in the trade. Nice. It's good. They find their edge young. They'll be very successful. Are there any data points or information you wish there were calculation on? I'm a developer looking to try my hand at contributing something other than shit posting. Yeah, DM me. I'll let you know if there's anything that we need calculated. Could be helpful. We have like a few devs already on the quant team, but it can always be useful to have more. I used to follow this Discord by this dude from Wall Street Bets. He was actually pretty good at tracking downturns, but it became all culty and they moved their Discord. Started my 12-year-old with a paper trading account beginning of this year. Nice. Teach them analysis, like fundamental analysis. Seriously, if you have kids, teach them fundamental analysis. Don't have them trade, right? Like active trading, but have them, open a paper account and let them fucking learn to invest in shit. How old are you? Why do people ask me that? Somewhere between 28 and 42. Blowing up a $13 billion fund is basically how fund managers join the super cool Wall Street Club. Yeah. Don't write to check your margin account can't cash. Have them grow 1K accounts and see how much they can build year over year. I'll either give them the cash or buy something of equal value. My kids are 4 and 6. I just taught them the intricacies of the options Greeks. My son just YOLO'd my house as collateral for his margin. For his margin, 5-10 weeklies. Please tell me those will expire in the money. I don't know. What are they 5-10 weeklies on? If you bought 5-10 weeklies on Amazon, you'll be okay. How's your indicator doing lately? It threw a signal for Docu again, but then Docu ran like immediately. So I'm wondering if now we've delayed it too far. Yeah, I think we might have delayed it too far now. It's really hard to get the timing down because of the way options OI comes in. But now Docu's like throwing signals the same time GME is, which is really interesting. Which would imply that the same type of options manipulation is being used on it as well. If you're setting a trailing stop, it's a market order. Do you have trailing stop limits? I mean, you want to hit the bid, right? When everyone's selling, because you want to be the first one out. Borrow fee went down. Yeah, well. I think we're going to see the borrow rate drop and IV drop over the next couple weeks. So we got to raise my kids. How dare you? The nerve. Yep. So you already got them set up on paper trading accounts then, JFresh? How old do you feel? 80. Old enough to be a shill? I haven't paper traded in years, truth seeker. I know a lot of people like TDA a lot, but you know, they've changed since I last used them actively. I know WeBull and like shit like that for paper trading are probably like for kids it's probably easier because the UI is understandable, and you know the mobile apps are well designed. Whereas like you know you give them like Vanguard or IBKR and they're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? The author of Goodnight Cenis comes the new hit children's book, Fundamental and Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets for Kids. Nothing will put your kid to sleep like reading a 10Q. Dude, I've fallen asleep reading 10Qs so many fucking times. Like I have to drink a lot of caffeine before I can make it through some financial reporting documents. They do not excite me. DDS entry or wait? Oh, it's a good price, but I'd wait. It's not at its low for the cycle yet, I don't think. Tesla repeating its 2021 pattern on the 1-day chart. Tesla dead. Maybe. You mean like when all the puts bailed? Back here? Sure, why not? I mean, eventually all the shorts will bail and it'll come back up. It's not like actual market value is ever going to be realized there, right? When did GME throw the signal? Tuesday. But Docu threw the signal close on Friday. But they're getting closer. They both threw signals at the same time in March. The problem is we're trying to delay the signal because the point at which we get the signal originally, like based off the original model he built, the signal would come way too far in advance. And so we're trying to tighten up the range so it presents like a good long side opportunity. The short side's really unpredictable. We have a sell signal too, but it's not as reliable. Please explain how on earth you know that GME is going to drop IV and borrow rate over the next few weeks. Dude, because we know what their positions are. To a degree. I mean, sure, we don't perfectly know every position on GameStop, but we understand the gist of it. We know what they need to do to move in and out of these swaps to continue to cycle volatility. That wasn't like speculative DD, right? It was backed by the data. And yeah, they're using some very complex derivatives, but and it's without CFTC like live reporting, it's very hard to follow that exactly. But we know where they need to position, and by how's the best way to explain this? There's more to the market than prices and signals, right? You need to understand positional strategy, and you're not going to learn that from a book. That's like kind of what I do best. You follow the money, right? I'm down 2,500-ish on my BBY position, but I believe I have convictions and calls. I'm holding for 10 days. Any price prediction for OPEX period? I think it could go up a fairly decent amount. Maybe above, maybe like back above like 22, maybe as high as 25. It actually picks up some steam on its runs. And I think there's a lot of institutional loading up going on right now too. Positional strategies video. It's not something that's easy to teach. Any thoughts on May OPEX run for the rest of the basket? I mean, yeah, I think. No, I mean, I think the whole basket will run simultaneously. I don't think they're going to cover. Sorry. Ah, fuck. Ow. I just sneezed my brain out. Ah. Nope. Still not gone. Fuck. Where was I? Hold 4,467 green on SPY 408 puts, UVXY 1450 calls, and GME 9750 puts. Think I'm gonna take the rest of the day off. Fuck yeah, Windmill. Congratulations, dude. Well done. Over 2x exit on Affirm now. Let the puts run. I'd be careful with puts on it. Oh, the rest of the basket for May OPEX. I don't think so. They're going to run the whole basket at the same time. There's no reason to run half of it on one cycle and the other half on a different one. Because positionally, if they're going to take on that risk, they're going to want to do it all at once while they're hedged. They're not going to want to create two separate hedges for the same thing. What is this strategy you speak of? No one in the market ever made money by spending time trying to understand opinions on accepted risk, hedging, psychology of trading for large institutions. This, sir, is a casino. Shill. Yeah, exactly. Will you add the new one to TradingView or nah? I hope he doesn't. Look at fucking Stefan trying to weasel his way into the data. Stefan, fuck off. All right. You love New York City, but New York City hates you with a burning passion. Yeah, I mean, that's the way that works, though. When does May OPEX end? March 25th would be the last day. I have saline nasal spray. It doesn't do shit. I've had allergies since I was like bad allergies since I was like 4 years old. Of a lifetime of different therapies and treatments. They all mostly suck. Allergy shots are fine, but you got to go to the fucking doctors like every week. It's a pain in the ass. Especially the hours like I work. There's rarely appointments that I can make it to. You could just move somewhere where your allergies aren't affected as much. I did that for a long time. I lived in California. May 25th. Sorry. You ever get your wrist looked at? No, but you know, I don't think it's any more fucked up than it was before. It's just occasionally like I think the bone might move out of place and then I just pop it back in. Much more room to the downside for GME this week? Yeah, fuck yeah. I said we could end the day at like 88. What other popular stocks are in the basket? Like Express, there's Nordstrom's, there's Macy's. They're not, I mean, I guess they're probably more popular investments. Indicators don't give you stock skills. You're trying to How do I put this? You're trying to run before you can walk. And I get that. I do. But you got to learn the basics first. No allergies in Florida? That's absolutely not true. I'm allergic to all kinds of shit in Florida. Yeah, I need to get I used to have an air purifier, but I got rid of it. Well, I need to get another one. I'm pretty sure Gaff's short crypto right now. Or, well, short the only crypto that matters. I don't have any GME puts right now, but I'll probably get some soon. Yeah, like Floridians. uh, If I had to choose between a basket of New Jerseyans and a basket of Floridians, gaff, I'd chuck them both in the trash. The problem is Girk doesn't know he's allergic to pores, and they're everywhere. That's not true. I don't know if I'm allergic to bath salts. We have about 5 months of that here, Strat, where I don't have to worry about it. Are you gonna buy in the money puts or out of the money puts? It depends what we're trading at. I'm gonna buy puts that protect my cost basis. What are you waiting for before you buy GME puts? Nothing really. Probably a breakdown of 88. I want to confirm that we're moving into that downward trend. It's really bad for the battery life on those to use them while they're charging. What are you talking about? Well, that's not true, you being allergic to pores, because I'm pretty sure that they are everywhere. It's true. GME's pretty low light right now. How much lower are you thinking it'll go? 60, 50? Vega neutral's moving down fast, so is your VXX thoughts written down anywhere? I just want to get more info. No. It's a huge gamble, and the thoughts on it are it's doing weird shit. There are inexplicable trends currently occurring in its gamma and delta tests that look fun. So I bought some. Also, I think somebody got margin called when it decoupled from its futures contracts. Why do I think that? I don't know. But it's compelling. I do not suggest buying it. I had a Levoit one before, actually. Old Super Smash Bros. I want to get like an IQ Air or Air IQ. Just so I can have one for the whole apartment. I thought your GME cost basis was close to 0 with all the calls you've sold. I only started selling calls after like the March run. I've got my cost basis down, but I think it's around like 64 right now. 64 and change. It's like something like that. Last year when I sold my whole position at like 325 in the money. And I used that to buy shares at the bottom, which averaged me up. I think my highest cost basis on GME has been like 88, and my lowest has been like 47. It's huge, but very effective. Yeah, I'm fine with that because I can just put stuff on top of it, right? I don't care about like the floor space. When do you expect us to reach our cycle low? Either before or immediately after the shareholders meeting? Right around that time. If Jimmy hits $50, I'll buy a grip of it. I haven't heard that term in a long time. Fantastic long-term investment. Yeah, I mean at 50, I'm definitely gonna buy more. You have central air. So I don't have the ability to change the filters in the central air myself because it's for the whole building. Like I have a climate zone in my apartment, but they're up. I think the air conditioners are up on the roof, and they're just like big industrial ones. It's $50. I might rob a bank. Don't do that. Don't rob banks. I bought July's for VXX. Walt. My original cost basis was like 17 because I kept buying all the way up through the shareholders meeting. Well, yeah, it was about 17 going into the July run or the January run. Earnings, I should say, which were not good. I almost sold shortly after that. But while I was still deliberating, Cohen bought more. So I was like, fuck it. You might have gotten in before me in Feb. I started rebuying in February before the House Financial Services Committee meeting. And then when DFE doubled down, I started buying a lot more. So my cost basis in Feb was higher. Because I was buying at like 50. I started buying it. I think it was like still at like $50. Mine was 17 at one point, now it's 160. To buy 8 more shares and round up and satisfy my OCD, thinking I can wait a few more days to get under my average. Probably, yeah. Don't forget, tomorrow we might have a little run up as the last of those FTDs get flushed out. But I don't think it'll be significant. I think it'll be really small. You have a filter for each unit for sure? Oh, interesting. I don't know. I can ask my super to change it, but he probably won't. He won't get rid of my neighbor, so. Or soundproof my bedroom wall. My puts on XLF are technically robbing the banks. Sure. What makes you think the banks are going to do poorly, though? Like, rates are going up. Their earnings are going to come in great. Long GME at 90 or long Costco at 430. That's a fucking tough choice, let me tell you. I mean, Costco is the safer investment there. I can't argue that. There's There's literally no ground to stand on when comparing the two. But, Costco could have quite a long turnaround before it reaches those highs. So, GameStop may not. So, if you're talking about near term, GME could be better. The reason I like the IQ Air is first of all, the warranty is like 5 years. And the filter, you only have to change like every 3 years instead of like every 3 months. You save a shitload of money on that. Define rich, because I don't really think I'm rich. I have money, but I wouldn't call myself rich. I definitely wouldn't call myself wealthy. You can do Aller block vent filters. You can put them on each of the vents in your place. Now you don't have to share your air with the pores. Ooh, that would be nice. Is there enough like pressure in a like HVAC system for a filter like that? I want an air filter in my apartment so strong it slowly desiccates me, and you guys watch me turn into jerky in real time. I'm fairly convinced at this point they're pushing OPEX out to June. It would be very interesting if we saw a run for May. But I might get some like out of the money calls going into next week, just in case. Right? Doesn't hurt to hold a call for a day or two and spend like, a couple $100 to see what happens. And I'll just sell them off. But the way they're crushing IV right now, it doesn't look like it. They wouldn't be making calls cheaper into an OPEX run. Except for themselves. And they usually do that a bit in advance because retail's priced out of those farther dated contracts. I really don't think Costco will split, but like different board nowadays, right? So maybe. Having money in America, same as rich. DDS at 200, Costco under 450, Jamie at 70, or BBY under 8. Relatively kind of all the same, right? Like DDS 360, 370 on the high end. Costco like 680 on the high end. GME 180, 200 on the high end. BBBY 30. In terms of leverage, you can get the most leverage on BBBY, but the percent value gain might not be as great. It's called IQ Air or Air IQ, I think. They're made in Sweden. They're just like a massive block. They use them in like hospitals and shit. They're I think they cover up to like 1,000 square feet with just one unit, which is pretty sweet. You're rich in YouTube followers. Thank you. Best casino game? Spy? Yeah, probably. Or Tesla. Tesla's got better volatility than the Spy does. But it's also way harder to predict. Like your win rate won't be as high on Tesla. Would you call yourself upper class? Would you call me upper class? Beef jerky. You know, we were talking about extremely patient with this pores. Thank you, Bo. $1.2 million is the line where you go from wealthy to rich from a survey. Huh. I feel like most homeowners in the US are worth like near $1 million. EPAM bouncing. Looking good. Gonna YOLO like 30 more grand into that. Yeah, there's sufficient pressure. Okay. Yeah, I don't do chiropractics. Sparky. Thanks for the tip, though. SQQQ is not going back to 300,000. Best air filter is a box fan with a 20 by 20 filter. Tape up the sides, and it's better than HEPA. I used to have to do that when I was a little kid. Because, like, well, they didn't really have air filters back then. We were poor. But we'd go to, like, the hardware store and get, like the home air filters, like the big square ones. And we'd tape them to the box fans. It worked. To a degree. So if you know close, but right now you're probably sitting on 750 to $1 million in net worth. No. How far out of the money will be buying junior puts? Not far. Yearly low. Yeah, they'll be fine. BlackRock will be fine. Space Monkey. They made some bad bets, but they've made a lot of good ones too. Those funds like Vanguard, BlackRock, they're so fucking diversified. Almost nothing's really gonna hurt their bottom line. The long put leg is still active on that spread. I think they've closed up almost all of the short put leg. What do you think the best time is to buy into GME? I mean, technically any price sub $100 is a good buy. But it can go lower. So I think I sold my SPY calls at a good point, right? Yeah. Almost the bottom. Very close. Stabilized, not necessarily going up. And then people may sell positions going into close too. So you're thinking a run up for June OPEX, going with the 10-day post shareholder dividend split. That way the news cycle can say it was because of that. Yeah, I mean, if they go 10 days, it puts them on like the 16th, right? I mean, if Cohen times this right, he could really make some magic happen. Not that it's entirely his decision, but if GameStop, I should say, times this right, they could really make some magic happen. They get that stock split in there in the middle of those OPEX obligations being cleared out, and you know, just full ball. Homeowners underwater ML. Ah. I know people with way more than that aren't rich at all. I didn't say that. Somebody commented that. Don't tell me it's not true. I'm not saying it is. He said it was based on a survey. Rich equals no student loans. Yeah, I haven't paid those off fully. I had the money to pay them off when AMD was like in the 150s. And then I just YOLO'd that into other stuff. Well, when I said when I'm saying homeowner, I'm not referring to somebody who's fucking underwater on their mortgage, right? Gherkin's worth about 20 cents. That's not true, Carl. I checked my checking account this morning. I have $1,300.74. So, you know. Just towing that company line. I mean, you know it's true, Gaff. They're not going under. How deep do you think we could go? Why does everyone keep asking me that? Dude, here, Vega neutral is at like 50 something dollars, like $55. Something like that. Yeah, that's ugly. So there. Leave your shares in Robinhood. Why would you use that dog shit brokerage? Ugh. When filing taxes under occupation, do you put YouTube grifter? I put YouTube shill. I wonder if grifter comes with any like additional tax breaks for all the things I'm selling. You know, Velvet. Did you really loan your? I loaned him 200K. And the clock is ticking. I'm gonna save the bull thesis for the bottom of the drop off Petzl. Although I think everyone pretty much has the gist of it. It's not like this is the first of these runs. HD less than 290, same like free in a few weeks. If the market turns around. If it continues to just crater, then no. No, everything will go down. Do you have a credit card through your brokerage? You mean the IBKR margin card? The poor in me really wants to get that, buy a bunch of Lambos, and then default and file bankruptcy. So you have more in your checking account than me now, but hypothetically, on a 3-to-1 split, that means I have more money than you, correct? Well, that's only because you're married, right, Gaff? Otherwise, you'd also have $1,300 in your checking account. Then we would, yeah, 3-to-1 split. We'd have the same amount of money. Could you expand on Vega neutral? It's the price at which Vega in the chain is neutral. It's think of it like our low. That's like where we can hit. If we drop below that, they have to rebalance the volatility positions. Hey, look at it go. Your Pigeon Whale membership is both taxable and an expense. It's true. I really need to cancel that. We used to be tight. I don't know. We don't hang out a lot anymore. Except when he wants money from me. You talk a little on the importance of picking a strike price in regards to how much open interest there is. Sure. I mean, the more liquidity there is in the strike, the narrower the spread, which means you'll get better pricing. And when you move to sell, it's likely that there will still be liquidity at that strike, and you will have a better chance of getting a nice spread on your exit as well. And you're more likely to get a buyer. The executive order is the worst DD. Probably. I mean, it's up there. $51% profits on spy puts. Fuck yeah, Darth Dan. You keep this up, you'll never actually have to find a job. If you want to gamble, buy shares on Bye Bye Baby or Bed Bath and Beyond. When you say they have to rebalance the positions, but isn't VN changing daily? Yeah, they can. I mean, it's dropping. It's expensive to drop it. It generally doesn't move quickly. So, you know, when we see it move rapidly like that, that's large positions being taken, right? Sorry about that. I'll be sure to hang out with you more without bumming money. Thanks, Gaff. I usually start out of the money and move closer to the money. Rusty. I made $600 on spy puts too. Am I invisible? I sent a lot of messages, but no reply. I didn't see anything you said, AM. Oh, wait, hold on. There's one here that I missed. What would it mean if they rebalanced volatility positions? GME go up? Yeah, basically. Every time we've hit Vega neutral in the past, which is twice, we've run up really, really fucking hard. Once was March of last year, and once the other time was just before the March run this year. I think they get it as close as they feasibly can before they begin covering. So, you know, maximizing profits on those short volatility positions, right? So, you know, if we have Vega neutral down here, and, you know, GME price, they're trying to hit like right there before they begin covering. Just like right above it. Vega neutral right now is at 55 ish. No, there's no indicators for it. There's not really a lot of, most oscillators and indicators don't actually track options pricing. Even if they say they do, they're just using like a Black-Scholes calculation to estimate. Why won't SQQQ go that high anymore? They sold a lot more shares since then. They split. I just said, Roberto. You're asking the question I just answered. Just rewind like 5 minutes. Yeah, it changes every day. It usually doesn't change very rapidly though. Over the last few days, we've seen it change rapidly, which I assume is because of them entering entropy swaps, but we'll have to check for 1K hedging in the next few days. Maybe this weekend we'll have some evidence of it. I don't think OPEX will be a dud with BBBY, even with its liquidity. We already saw it run really strongly on the last OPEX, right? And on Cohen's buy-in, which was not significant, right? Like it was a decent buy-in, but it wasn't crazy. And whoever's shorting it right now is definitely generating liabilities. Is there a simple strategy? Is there simple steps we should go through before pulling the trigger? No? When do you think the next run will begin again, roughly? It's hard to say what the shareholders meeting will do, but I would say if you ignore the possible catalyzing effect of the shareholders meeting after June 17th, I don't expect BBBY to run on Mayopex either. You can just look up how to calculate it. It's complex. I'm not doing it. You know, if you want to ask Jay Fresh for the methodology, I'm sure he'd be willing to share it. Or Yelia, or Yelia might not be willing to share it. There's papers on it you can look up. I don't think it's very commonly used. Yelia, share. Everyone here wishes. Yeah, I don't know what people like. People think I'm going to tell them how to do it or calculate it themselves. They're out of their fucking minds. Better run 100% for OPEX. 100% doesn't even get me back to my average price for this current low. Maybe you should average your price down. You don't think the ultra hype NFT platform will launch, will throw everything, a wrench into everything, i.e. FOMO? No. I really don't. What do you think? My OCD kicked in when I didn't hold an even number. You know, I do that too. I can't fault you on that one. Yeah, it requires calculus. Of course, the U.S. economy is inextricably linked to GameStop. It's linked to all stocks. You could go deeper and just say the value of the dollar is linked to the value of everything because everything's priced in dollars. BBY is crazy low right now. But every time we think it's hit its ultimate low, it drops a little further. I don't think it's gonna Stefan, I don't think it's gonna have that great of an impact upon launch. I mean, they ensured that with the Wall Street Journal article, right? That's what they're trying to do is pull FOMO away from a potential launch. Now there'll be FOMO from retail investors, but they're all fucking broke now, so it's less of a risk. Nice. The value of the dollar is linked to the value of the US military. You get what you pay for, Gaff. Just keep DCA BBY. It feels good. Nice one. How does the timetable look if there's a share recall because of the split? What do you mean? I mean, there'd be a share recall going into June OPEX when the futures are closing out. It'd be very, very nice. Almadara. Very, very nice indeed. I'm hardening into my opinion that the SPY for sure gets to 378 sometime this year. I agree. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a crash this year. Actually, the 378's kind of bullish. When do you expect the downward trend to reverse? It could at the shareholders meeting. Yeah, NFT marketplace suddenly not dropping into the best environment at this point. I think the window might be a little missed. Maybe not though, right? There's another argument to that by delaying it, by watching all of these other platforms burn and then coming out a little down the road and doing it differently, it could create its own. It helps it stand on its own, honestly. But they've really got to do it differently. I hope they do. I think they have the talent on board to do it. Come to the dark side, Gaff. We've got snacks. Rory mentioned possibly hitting the high 100s on the SPY. Wouldn't that be cataclysmic? It'd be bad. I'd buy the shit out of it, but it'd be bad. No, no one knows where the bottom is on a market crash. It's a crash. Fucking, I mean, there's a bottom, but it's at 0. Mini pump, if that. I wouldn't even call it a pump. It could be like a few dollars. Well, we have cheddar rockets. We have, pickle financial nut mix. We've got a commercial espresso machine. This is already a better sell than Goldman. Don't bullshit me, I know. They've just got to, you know what, Calf? They just have to make it compelling to whales and mobile video games, right? That's the market. They don't care about the economy. They'll spend $100,000 to be the best at a game that no one plays. We need to have deep understanding of options to understand GME. Yeah, I think so. I would buy so much at 0. Me too. I'm gonna seller box the SPY. Yeah, UVXY splits too. All like 3x ETFs undergo splits because they're depreciating assets. So they have to split to maintain value. Yeah, I agree. We're not going to see big money flow into NFTs for a little while. What makes you confident that the uranium squeeze happens in like 5 years and not much sooner? Well, there's a lot in the stockpiles, and I don't think 5 years with the war in Russia. I've said it a few times now. It probably moves that time frame up. But I mean, my projected time frame would still be, out to 5 years. So we may see it start rising in the next 1 or 2. Why isn't VIX higher? Market's not moving down quickly. How often do all 3 major indices drop 3% or more? I mean, pretty often since I've started trading. Like I started trading a little bit before Volmageddon, and then I had the COVID crash, so 2018, 2020, and then this. It is kind of insane that BBY is that cheap, especially with the share buyback. I mean, it's being really heavily shorted right now, so take that into account. It's just the 3rd Wednesday of every month. Dansum Lermer. It's not hard. As price drop make gas fees less expensive. If that's the case, it's also good that crypto tanks in a way. Well, a little bit, yeah. That's true. I mean, I don't think the general public's going to care much about that. Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. How much of DFE's epic GME play was based on this definition of luck? I mean, all of it, but that's true of every epic stock play. Although for trading specifically, I would add that when preparation and resolve meet opportunity, the last job I was a VP of distribution, or well, VP under the chief operating officer, but I handled distribution for a marijuana company in California. This is your third once in a lifetime crash in 5 years. If it happens, yeah. It'd be the fifth one in my lifetime. Maybe the dot-com bubble, 08, 2018, 2020, and maybe this year too. It's almost like they're picking up in frequency, right? They're occurring more and more often. Capitalism, the end game. I'm not sure what soft landing means. It means not squeezing out short VIX positions. I was a VP, but yeah, I was basically an assistant to the COO. So you were a drug dealer? No, they were a legitimate company. It was it was a startup opportunity on my part, but a little too early, right? Wasn't worth it. And they were actually getting bought out, but then it fell through. Assistant to the regional manager, kind of. Just so you know, the borrow rate went up 0.3%. God damn it. Go skating? I don't know. I didn't really think about giving you a buzz, Jason. I mean, we assume that if we start from a lower low, that we're going to get a lower high, right? What's his name? Big Jim? No. Although I can't remember her first name now. How much do you think shorting in general has to be reined in? I don't. We just need faster settlement, instant settlement. That's it. It's the only problem. It's the biggest problem. I'm sure he won't miss the opportunity to give his input. Zaro Lobosful. Was it like working for Bill Pulte? Do you have recovery plays in mind when the market crashes? Do you already have some? Okay, you've. It's a very weird way of phrasing it. Yeah, I have things that I'm gonna buy if the market crashes. How much of this disparity do you think carries over to GME? No one fucking knows, right? Do the 4,600 puts at 90 create a floor this week? No. Fuck you, Segan. Do you tell us some of them? Sometimes. Campbell's Soup's gonna make a Gurkha billionaire. I fucking hope so. It's already made me a lot of money. It just keeps going up. End of week price predictions, more downside. Campbell's is down today. Okay. Is it down enough that I like care? No. I might buy more. Ooh. It's recovering. That'll be alright. I love how Target's the one to break the news to everybody that the cost to move goods is up. Why are you selling in the money? Dude, if you're selling in the money CCs, you're taking on a ton of risk. That's on you. I'm not gonna fucking. I mean, can you get assigned if you sell in the money CCs? Yeah, fucking obviously. I bought a Target 220C for July yesterday. Ask me anything. If it makes you feel better, I've got 200s for September, like 10 of them. SPY recovery trends are getting weaker and weaker. Yes, they are. SLD good to buy more or wait? Well, the price right now is not terrible. It was only Campbell Soup's buying. Why doesn't my broker say when I bought the fucking shares? Really weird. My cost basis isn't showing up on my position. Oh, there it is. Okay, that was it. Just like wasn't updating. And my cost basis on Campbell's is $42 right now. $42.87. I think I first put it in Pickles Picks. When was it? Like mid-March, early March, sometime around then. But I'm still up. Early March. Okay. Yeah, just low IV. It doesn't. If you look at it historically, it doesn't have a lot of big price fluctuations. I saw your comment asking if I saw your comment. Bipolar Bear. What's Jimmy's price? $90.54. I blow so much money at Costco that the cashback pays for the membership like 10 times over. My credit score go up if I get margin called? I don't know, it could. Going to economic climate where shipping is increasingly important. I think they're going to liquidate shares to pay for the ships they're buying. I think it's too big of a risk, and I don't like it. I've looked into them quite a bit. I don't buy shipping companies. Good luck. Isn't your ex getting the Costco cashback? No, I still get it. It's still shipped to my address. She just doesn't live here anymore. Or it should. Ooh, I didn't update my address. When does Costco give out the cash back? I need to get on top of that, actually. I don't want to lose out on my fucking $2,000 from Costco. We've officially entered a panda market. Yeah, I still have my August BBBY calls. I've been buying more too. I think I have some in here, don't I? Yeah, I have some August 15s in here. Wendy's technician, thank you so much for becoming along, Johnson. I appreciate it. Great news, SSR is on, we're saved. Oh, now the market's actually gonna crash. No, I'm not divorced. If Costco breaks through support at 428, minimal support around 425, then the next real support around 390. That's what it looked like. Let me double check it though. It actually looks more like there was minimal support at like 440. It's already fallen below that. And the next real level of support is at 388. So I don't really think there's any significant support in this range. Maybe a little here at like 413, but not much. I can see this. I mean, I don't think it should, but I could see it potentially dropping, 375 even. It's possible. Seems really fucking unlikely though. I'm sure it'll build new supports on the way down. You can only get $1,000 back? Really? That's bullshit. You're kidding me, right? No. That's fucked up. This is my first year going ham on Costco, and now I'm really sad. There is no max? Okay, I don't remember there being a max. Costco used to be really far from me, but now it's not so bad. So I go there a lot more often. Oh, I can spend 50K at Costco. It's not a problem. My first pandemic purchase was like 3 massive like freezers, like the ice chests, like the fucking big freezers like people keep in their garages. Well, because I didn't want to leave my house ever. Tesla under 600 seems like it's a very good price. No, Tesla's overvalued at 600. What kind of serial killer needs 3 chest freezers? Well, they're small. They're not like the big long ones. They're just They're like I don't remember how many cubic feet they are. Who's in them? No one. I don't think. Well, I sold one of them because I wasn't using the third one. And I sold it for like $400 more than I bought it for on Craigslist. So that was cool. But I still have the other two. I just fill them up. How old do they work at freezing your chest? I wasn't a prepper. I just didn't want to pay for Amazon delivery fees every day from Whole Foods. Well, so the apartment I lived in had a super tiny refrigerator. And like you couldn't really fit a lot in it. And at the beginning of the pandemic, I wasn't eating out either, right? So I was trying to keep all that, like all the food I was going to eat for like a couple weeks in the house. Is BBY same like free right now? I don't know. I think so. It's definitely more speculative than something like AMD or Costco. I just want my prediction of 88 to come true. Also, isn't this supposed to be at 88.90? Whatever. 88.11. That seems off. Maybe it's right. I know I adjusted it the other day. Is it locked? Oh, it is locked. Okay, so it is 88.11. Please let me out. It's so cold. You'll be fine. What do you think is going to happen to VXX? I think it might squeeze. I think it might do big squeezes, Popster and Trader. Or, alternatively, hear me out on this, absolutely nothing. No, the first OPEC cycle since RC's buy-in was in March. And it ran up to $28. I was just asked to leave. Although, to be fair, after the security guard found out that I was in fact wearing pants, I feel like he should have let me stay. Although he seemed like he didn't really want to throw me out because he like came up and he's like, I'm gonna need to ask you to leave. I'm like, why? He's like, well, you know, your legs are bare and we have clothing requirements for the store. And I'm like, dude, these are pants. And he was like, oh, okay. And then he like walked off. And then 3 minutes later he comes back. He's like, yeah, my manager said, you know, it's making some other people uncomfortable. So if you could. And I was like, whatever. But they were just very oddly colored pants. It was one of the weirdest experiences I've had in a grocery store. Flesh-colored leggings. Dad, the market is crashing again. Tell it to stop. But seriously, could this be it? SPY's looking absolutely terrible on every time frame. I hope so. I'm ready. My body is ready. I've never been more ready for a market crash. I've got some liquidity on the side, some dry powder, if you will, that's a little wet, like a paste. I've got some paste on the side, and I'm ready to eat it all. I got a VIX hedge. It's great. I'm ready to sell my Tesla while it's still worth something. No, I got kicked out of a Whole Foods. I've been kicked out of a lot of places, to be fair. I have a well, I wouldn't say rude, but very direct with people, and that's led to conflict in the past. I don't think I have a good social filter, or, well, any filters for that matter. Free money equals SPY puts during a relief rally? You tell me. I made money on them today. I think a lot of people made money on SPY puts today. It's called autism, Greg. I don't know about that. Not according to the tests. I'm not like a male Karen. I've never been recorded with people's phones, I don't think, in public. Well, that's not true. I was on the subway like a few months ago, and someone just took my photo, which was weird. Maybe you maybe have Asperger's. You know, that one guy said I did, but he was an idiot. It's not Asperger's, it's Asperger's. You really don't think you're on the spectrum a little bit? I should be, but no. Here's my question. Why can't I watch Elon Musk dancing in front of his newest car now with Tesla trading at $700? Where's the joy? I thought he was gonna buy out Twitter and free everyone's speech. What happened, guys? Oh, did he just place a buyout offer so he could get out of his shitty shares that he bought to make a statement? Because it's all a big publicity stunt? Yeah, I think so. Hmm. If only there was someone there to tell me about that right when he did it. See, here's my problem is I feel like people have started to use like the autism spectrum to just describe people that are smarter than them than they can feasibly understand. They're like, that guy's like maybe too smart. He must be on the spectrum. I've seen the borrow rate, bro. Is Tesla dead? I mean, I pulled back my covered calls. We'll see. I'm ready to sell though. Well, it's still high if I have to. Otherwise, I'll just sell more covered calls. Did you see the Wall Street Bets video of Elon promising autonomous driving for the last like 9 years? I'm trying to understand shift search more. I see huge GB puts for July 15th. Are those sold? Meaning hedge fund doesn't want the risk. Huge puts for July 15th. Oh, let me update it. 150. Yeah, these look sold. What's interesting about these is this is like an upside hedge. Are they? I think these are being bought. No, this is shorting. These don't look like they're being the fucking bid is climbing up like crazy on these. I think they're being purchased. See that sell buy indicator on shift search? Ignore it. It's complete garbage. If you want to understand shift search better, it's complete shit. The fact of the matter is, with no options data will ever truly tell you if it's bought or sold until you find out the OI that night when the OI is updated. What's your opinion on longer time frame divergent signals? They tend to be pretty accurate, actually. A lot more accurate than other things. My doctor once told me that I was severely artistic and that I had high functioning artism. What mean? Just you were better at drawing. You'll be okay. I feel like you really enjoy structure. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't like my food touching, but that's more of a like I don't want one flavor fucking up the other flavor unless they're meant to be combined. So, like the idea of like Thanksgiving dinner disgusts me because everyone just slops all the shit on their plate and like mixes it into like it's just fucking gross. Shit search. Still free. Still some of the best free options access that I've found. And given that most places are charging like $100 a month for literally the same fucking data, it's a good deal. Think a firm will recover? Maybe. I think they'll do well over like the next quarter. If the market crashes, everything's gonna crash. So if you're long something and you're like, oh, is this gonna crash with the market? The answer is yes. Oh. I've seen people mix their Thanksgiving dinners together. I do like a bento box. Yeah, I'll dip my Oreos in milk. That's delicious. First of all, if you're just eating dry Oreos, you're a psychopath. End of story. Why would I be done making money for the rest of my life? I don't think you understand me, Stefan. I went pretty all in March. I'm still here. All right, calm the fuck down, pencil. All right. No daily DD. I had to deal with family emergency this morning. I know it's the second time this week, but it was kind of unexpected. Speaking of which, I need to check on that because I need to find out what's going on. Eating like pigs in a trough. Exactly. Where can I find reliable, cheap, free Vega neutral data? Nowhere. Remember when they bought James Rowland ads on Shift Search to shill his nonsense? Yeah. You mean he bought? $1 million of your net worth in GME calls. Boom. What? I was in for 342,000 on the last run. To be fair, to get access to the rest of my money, which can't be margined because it's GameStop, I would have to sell my GameStop, which I'm not doing. It's not frag, but yeah, there was a relative of mine had to go in for an emergency procedure this morning. So I think they're doing okay though. The procedure's done and they're alive, so that's a plus, right? Yeah, that idea of like my grandma would say that. Like it all goes in the same place. Why do you care? I'm like, well, because frozen spinach doesn't taste very good when it's like all over your other food. She also thought that there was like vitamins in the fucking water in the can. Like if I ate like canned vegetables and I wasn't getting the juice from the can, I wasn't getting any nutrition out of it. And even at like 7 years old, I was like, I'm not getting any nutrition out of canned fucking vegetables anyway. No, I don't want to eat your dehydrated Oreos. True, dipping Oreos in water is really fucking gross too. I've also seen people dip Oreos in soda. Any recs besides paper trades for how to become more patient in a trade, waiting to set stops, etc.? I'd be up 18k instead of 2k if I had waited out my spy puts at open versus setting stops. That's fair. But you know, there were risk levels on the spy where even I closed my puts, right? Like you know, there was risk here, there was risk here, there was risk there. So sure, it can continue to move down, but you know, if you're profitable and you hit your stop, that's it. Leaving money on the table, I mean, sometimes it's just going to happen. But ultimately, you made $2,000. Whether you could have made more or not is irrelevant because you didn't, right? Don't try to tie your emotions so much into that like money left on the table. Just think of it as further confirmation of your original thesis. Not only were you right, you were really right. But nobody ever went broke taking profits. Hot dog combo to 250. Well, we'll see. Are you putting in another 300k for the next run? Half the profits from the last run. Lamb and tuna fish. Bro, and I can't borrow 500 for rent. I even became a dillionaire for you. If you became a dillionaire, you should be able to make 500 for rent, right? Unless you're following PopCern Traders portfolio, in which case, best of luck. It is a win-win. Now you're getting it. Better than dog tea. Did you say he was going to buy puts on our beloved? I'm going to buy protective puts on my position. When and if the time comes. Sounds like nutritionists on TikTok. Boil lettuce, drink the water for health. For Oreos and spinach dipping juice. Thanks, Smack Factor. Ugh. Commenting out of context on live. It's all good, man. Everybody, make sure that your stream is live and smash that like button. I tried. Yeah, I agree, Segan. Getting wrapped up in that mindset that like, oh, it's gonna keep that just breed. It's like a breeding ground for greed, and greed will hurt you far more than it will help you in a trade. Not emotional, more just an academic after the fact rewind. I felt like the right thing to do. I suppose confidence comes with experience. Experience also will teach you that it's the right thing to do. If you see another leg down, and that will come with experience too, Pigeonwell Daves. You know, then you can buy in again and ride the next wave to the downside. And that's what I did earlier today. Like I sold on the bounce, I bought more puts, I sold on the bounce. I am up today. Thank you very much. All right. But like year over year, I mean, it really fucking just tapped my resistance yesterday, right? It just went just right above it and then right back down. So yeah, usually it'll fail the upside. You don't know which upside resistance because you don't know how strong the relief rally is going to be. This one was pretty fucking weak. You plan to hedge your position leading into OPEX? Yeah, I bet. Did you average down your BBY shares now if you were going to wait for more downside? I bought a few, like I want to say the end of last week. I might buy some more before it hits the bottom of this cycle, but we'll see how closely it tracks with GameStop. I wouldn't like that at all, Barry Pullman. Pecans, Danrad, or almonds. I mean, at least GameStop's kind of bottomed out for the day at like 90. We're actually I think we're starting to build some resistance here at $90. Seems to be a popular entry point. Zillionaires don't have access to the Discord and member live stream. No, Dillionaires have both, Kyle. Politely asking for a pull. How so? Back to selling 250 cc's. Who's asking for a pull? What am I doing a pull on? Bridgeometer inverted, full bear. I'm sorry, Rims and Tims. Would you consider re-entering DDS if the market doesn't die completely? Yeah, I might. I might buy back into it. I like the price. Any poll you want. I don't really want to make a poll. Do a poll on whether we want. You guys always want polls. How would exercising an option during MOASS situation look? Is there a 2+2 for them to locate shares? Yes. But they generally would just go immediately into your account. They do have a period to find the shares, however, if no shares are available. Any thoughts on AMC being completely resistant to this market crash? No. Am I an idiot for being patient and not playing other options until the GME up cycle? I feel like it has the highest chance of success because so much research on it. I want success to build confidence. No, I don't think that's stupid. I mean, sure, opportunities are missed, but, you know, you should always consider risk when entering options positions. Yeah. Options, I'm sorry, SDFG. Yeah, it's the same systems in place to cover default. EPAM running inverse to the market. I know. Tell me that a Volgavana squeeze is possible during June OPEX. Maybe. And if there's a share recall at the same time, it could happen. I don't know if we'll ever see the level of FOMO that we saw last January, though. It's tough. And also, remember, they changed the rules on how they have to hedge those volatility swaps during periods of high volatility, easing the requirements. So it's even harder now to get a Volgavana squeeze than it was last year. It's still possible, just much harder. Due to market volatility, the day trade rate will be suspended at 3 p.m. for all products. Interesting. No, I'm not buying long calls for GameStop yet. Someone's talking about EPAM right now? Yeah. So a true short squeeze is now incredibly unlikely, is what you're saying. I mean, a short squeeze is just as unlikely as it was before. It's just the catalyzing events are more unlikely. What's the biggest loss you've ever taken on a single trade? I don't know, like 30 grand, I think. It depends on how you define it. Like closed out the trade at a loss, like 30,000. At one point on GME between like January and March, I was down almost 80 grand. And that was with rolling forward and reducing cost basis. RRP new record. Cool. That's what I'm trying to say. If the events leading up to a short squeeze are more unlikely than they were before, a true short squeeze is now even more unlikely than it was before. Yeah, I've said that a bunch. I said a short squeeze is highly unlikely, and then everyone got mad at me and said things on Twitter. They're like, "Ah, might as well just sell now. Pi-Fi's a big shill." Wah. I don't know if we'll run previous to the shareholders meeting. The volatility will pick up before the shareholder meeting. Tom. What regrets have you learned from bad trades? Well, I just try to take each losing trade and analyze why I lost money on it, and then not do that again. Still a shill, don't worry. Thanks. What was the trade? It was Tesla. I YOLO'd into some Elon tweet. I don't even remember what the tweet was now. Squeeze is going to come down to share recall or no share recall, in my opinion. That's pretty much it. I agree. I don't think anything will cause a squeeze that isn't a share recall. And I think a share recall could still be unlikely. Like, I don't think it's a guarantee at all. Especially if there's enough risk there for it to cause a squeeze. If when we split, would you expect a run price improvement? Oh yeah. I'm sure we'll get a lot of FOMO post split. Do you think AB&B can go to 60? I still have my puts. I mean, the problem with Airbnb is it could really just keep dropping. No one knows what it's going to drop to. And the CEO's doing stupid shit like giving money to charity to try to boost up their public image, doing big charity publicity events, and like, you know, when your company's stock is falling like a fucking rock and you're giving money away, it's not the best look, right? At least not to your shareholders. I hope cycles continue after the split too. As long as people keep buying and DRS, and the cycle should continue, regardless of the split. Thank you, Chad. How do you know if a recall happens? Oh, you'll know. You ever trade UVXY? Yeah, frequently. I have positions in it right now. Why? I have a 115C for July that I'm holding, but I want to buy a 95 and 100. What do you think is a good entry point? Later? Buy a man, eat fish, he day, teach man fish to a lifetime. Exactly, chicken tender daddy. Have you seen the evidence that they're shedding any long puts? No. Is this 90 resistance just psychological? Yeah. They probably don't want to push too hard, right? So you hold it at 90 a little while, see if you can get some people to sell. If you can't, then you push it further down. Got to free up some of that sweet, sweet liquidity, right? So, you know, it's like, have you ever had a milkshake that you really like? And there's some at the bottom, but your only tool to remove it is a straw. Kind of like that. If I said the F word in front of my grandma, she'd have slapped the shit out of me. Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how it went down, actually. I did have a milkshake. Too many guys showed up in my yard. You think buy pressure will be too strong for them to short it below 75? We'll find out. I think they're pretty confident in their target. I think with Vega neutral dropping out, I think we could see the 60s. I don't think it's a problem, especially with the market doing what it's doing. $55 and $60. Sounds like you're totally in capitulation mode. No, I'm just waiting to load up on the bottom. Listen, man, if we squeeze, we squeeze. Awesome. I have shares. But if we don't, I'm prepared for that eventuality. Being infinitely bullish on a hypothetical scenario is fucking stupid. Especially when it leaves that amount of money left on the table every fucking time. There has to come a point where you're like, okay, I'm gonna make fucking money, and if this goes to the moon, awesome. Time for pillow fights and 60s music? Oh, Jesus. It's somewhere around like 55 right now. Blue Nana. 55 and change. If I want to let money sit on the table, that's my choice to make. It absolutely fucking is, Alex. And I'm not telling you to do otherwise. I'm saying I'm not doing that. You can do literally whatever the fuck you want with your shares, your stock, your money. I don't fucking care. DRS your shares and wait for the moon. It doesn't matter to me. I'm telling you what I'm doing. And what I'm doing is I'm not waiting anymore. We're still trying to teach common sense on this stream. What are we, data scientists now? Win interview, Gaff. We'll get you on here. I'm not selling my shares. I'm not bailing on my GME position. But I'm not leaving any more money on the table either. If they're going to make money off manipulating the price of the stock and suppressing its value, then I am going to make money on them doing that. I'm going to take advantage of the situation to the full extent that I can take advantage of it. You talked about the Costco hot dog thing. I mean, their stock's still dropping, so. Food stamps or Lambos? Why not Lambos and Lambos? I mean, everybody would have like 100x'd their GME position by now if they weren't just sitting on the sidelines watching it all go down. What percentage of your GME shares do you leverage for CCs every time? Like 20%? I sold 30 at the top of our run, 30%. But yeah, usually no more than 20. And then I have those rotating at different, 20% positions rotating at different strikes. So I can buy them back if, there's some unforeseen catalyst. I have no intention of selling my shares. I think that's stupid. Why would you sell an income generating asset in a depressed market? It's just fuck no, right? My point is you can be bullish without, losing out because of it. We should really keep pushing the DRS narrative, keep the printer on and running. I don't know. I'd rather just at least let people know what it does, right? I live on the edge, selling in the money, 100% of my position covered calls. Nice, Atra. Yeah, that's right, Kara. If you don't time it right, you can cost you a lot of money. That's, I mean, I don't know what you want me to tell you there. Time it better. It's not like I haven't outlined everything for everybody. If they want to take advantage of that, fine. If they don't, whatever. It's not going to change anything either way. Would Jimmy get delisted if everyone sold their shares? No, it'd probably squeeze. It would trigger a share recall. How long does SLD last? The deposit period lasts through this Friday. I'm just like preaching to the choir here at this point, right? Like, all you guys fucking know this. It's not like there's anyone in here who's like, oh, what? This is crazy. Those people already left. I got rid of them. They couldn't handle the negativity, I believe they described it as. And it's not. I don't understand how the idea of like making money on super predictable movements in a fucking stock is negative. There's no understanding of like unreal. It's I described it once before. It's like people who work for Uber and DoorDash and like spend more money on maintenance and gas than they make doing the job. Like they still think it's a job, but in the end it's a loss. Truth appears negative to those who can't see the other side of the coin. Because there's a difference between someone trying to make money by learning the market mechanics and someone trying to make money by just showing up to the market. Well, I mean, as soon as you participate in the market, you have to remember someone's trying to make money off of you, right? That's step one. So the second buy and hold became a thing, there were people looking to take advantage of that. Parents who buy weeklies have kids who buy weeklies. I'll be buying weeklies through June OPEX. I suspect Fed, June FOMC will drop the market and MMs will cover June OPEX at depressed prices. Possible. It's like 7 billion in sell-offs from Tether this morning, right? Took a hit overnight. Yeah, but the apes deserve the money. You see, that's the factor you aren't considering. It's only fair. Said by everybody who's ever deserved something ever. Someone replaced Johnny's bed with the spy. Oopsies. Thank you. Thank you, Amber Heard, for shitting on our market. How could you? I just see an incredible opportunity with GME. Short hedge funds, lowers the price, equals cheaper options on a predictable run up. What an incredible gift. I know. I've been talking about it for 5 fucking months now. Fortunately for them, only like 1,000 people are listening. So they're not going to lose too much money, right? A stripogram? What is that? SLD is a thing every month. Well, I'm not saying you're listening, Gaff, but... Well, 35 real people and 965 bots. I'm okay with that. The bots are where the money's at, right? Every time I see a stream now, I just presume that everybody watching it is in fact a bot. Right? So, you know, YouTube creates the bots. Let's call them viewers. And they're like, and then they go to the advertisers and they're like, look at all the viewers. And the advertisers are like, here's some money. Look at all this exposure we're gonna get you. It's built in. It's genius. I know a lot of people are listening in at work. I'm just fucking around. They're making it off shareholders and ETFs, really, at the end of the day. They're shaving it off the indexes. Little by little. And indexes don't ever stop growing, right? So literally infinite money. Had me laughing about same as UBI. It's got to be it, right? I was somebody like shared a link with some Twitch stream for me or with me, and it was just like some nasty bitch yelling at everybody about how they need to give her money. Like, what the fuck? Like, there's no way the people in that chat are real people, right? Like, who the fuck's gonna hang out for that? YouTubeinator Judgment Day. I will say that my initial the stream card for today and the title couldn't have been more fitting. Masochists into Findom, same like your stream. No, but it was just like blatantly demanding like subscriptions and money from viewers. Like the level of entitlement was fucking mind-boggling. It's like here I am providing like this her whole take was like here I am providing nothing of value. Why aren't you paying me? Like seriously? Like who the fuck honestly, like simps or not, like really? Where you provide value and we still don't pay you? Exactly. There weren't any I didn't see any jugs. Don't hate the simp, hate the simptress. I know, right, Jay Fresh? How do you sell profitable positions when the spreads are so insane? Put in your order and hope it fills? Still waiting on your only cab stream. I am on Twitch. Berry Spice. Look, the answer is that, especially in the pandemic, after social life is increasingly fractured and people are absurdly lonely. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. It's like if people are just pieces of shit like that, I feel like more people should call them out. Sounds like DoorDash. Put in an order, hope it fills. I guess it depends where you live. I've never had that problem here. How much of a stock's 1 minute chart is just straight fomenting? A fair amount. Yeah, I think we found our low. I mean, unless there's a sell-off into close on the market, which could happen. I can't imagine there being a lot of confidence in holding long positions on the SPY into close today, especially after its dramatic 4% drop. Talk about timing the peak. I'm seeing data that says that they're prepping for a June run. I'm not really seeing anything indicating a May run, but I'm gonna buy some calls for May, carry them for a couple days, and if nothing happens, I'm gonna sell them and just eat the cost of holding them for a couple days. Because I mean, why not have some exposure? I can't honestly recommend that. That's like seems like a fairly, because I really don't think we're gonna move up, but on the off chance, because technically they can cover at any time, and they do have a motivation to obscure the cycle. Do you think we can see a small bump to 100 or something, or just flat until June? I have a tough time making my own decisions on these 617 100s. Maybe. I think we're not flat. I think we're going to go down. What's your resistance for the SPY that if it goes through, it's most likely plummeting? I mean, 350 would be fucking nuts. Right now, I think anytime we break through the previous low, there's a risk of starting to see large sell-offs. Right now, we're still above it. Remember, the previous low is at 85. So, you know, if we get a higher low here, potentially just more stagnation with a lot of volatility. VXX running a little, yeah. When are you getting May calls? I don't know. Maybe like I'll grab some at the end of this week. I'll probably buy some like June or July's just to hold for a couple days, and then I'll sell them. Maybe like at the money. No, probably not. I'll probably get them out of the money actually. So they lose a little less value if the price drops. June 1st, 4-year FTD cycle. Have you seen that post? No. There's no 4-year FTD cycle. Why is it strategically beneficial for them to run it in June instead of May? Because they don't know what's going on with the split yet. And it's better to cover everything at once. Not to mention they haven't built up probably that many obligations yet. It's only been a little while since our last run. It is a quarterly cycle, remember. And don't forget where the entropy swaps are only good for a quarter. So, you know, the time limit is minimal. Yeah, Gaff. I think how those DDs get written is someone looks at the chart and they're like, oh, this looks like a repeating pattern. And they like go to Google and they're like, what financial derivatives expire every 4 years? And then they're like, ooh, this one. And I figured it out, guys. May OPEC date would be, yeah, the 20th T+2. So the latest the exposure would drop. I don't think there's a lot of exposure. The price is too low. If our price had remained higher, then there might have been some gaps, but we're trading at 90 right now, probably 80 something by the end of the week. Yeah, I know borrow rate's going up. The borrow rate should start to increase from here to into the run. This is the same point in the last cycle where the borrow rate started to jump up, and now it's jumping up from a higher point, like from a like 500% higher, 600% higher than the low of the last cycle. So I think the top end of the borrow rate will be significantly higher as well. At going into and at the peak of the run, which is super compelling. James Rowland said we were ripping today because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about for the 900th time. Boom Hunter Pro said we were going up today, and then it's gonna say we're going up tomorrow, then the next day. All of the technicals pointed to upside today. But technicals aren't always right. You can't rely on them, especially not with something as volatile as GameStop. There's too much positional interest. Our top of the chain calls from AOPEX a terrible bet because they would be able to capture the most IV in case of a hard downside move. No, except I think we'll stay mostly stagnant through MAOPEX. There will be some GACs and a minimal number of FTDs supporting our price. If you look back to Feb OPEX, we actually were fairly stable through some of that period, and then we fell off hard, right? Once they got past that exposure window, the price dropped really, really hard. Made 15% on HD yesterday, up about 30% on GME puts. There you go. That's how it's done. When do you plan to buy in for GME OPEX? I'm waiting. I mean, it's not like people aren't going to know when I'm buying in. It's not like a secret. I'm waiting. There's no reason not to wait right now. That's fair, Glider. Unfortunately, there's no simple version. I've already simplified most of this as much as I feasibly can. The fact of the matter is, this is complex. It deals with obscure derivatives and, market mechanics that nobody pays attention to, even in the finance world. And so it's not easy to break down to a level of understanding. And there's a reason for that, And I think fortunately for a lot of you, you've had a lot of exposure to me talking about it. And you're way, way ahead of the average ape in that regard. In your levels of understanding, I think. It does the exact same trades as you, but right before you do them. I don't think so. I think, you know what, actually, that was like one of the sponsorship offers I got for the channel was from E-Trade, where like it makes like a little mini fund. And whenever you buy or sell positions, like whoever's following your like little fund also like their accounts do the same thing. So it just tracks all your trades. That seemed like a big scam to me though. Yeah, I'll let you know when I get an ISDA. VIX expiration date flips in front of Leaps. ETF expiration date April and July. 30 days prior to that reversal, the market went up and then back down the following month. June, green month. What's up, double down? You took my slow, smooth brain from having stocks to understanding theta, gamma, cover calls to make income on my long position, VIX hedges, etc. Huge difference in a very short time. Thanks, Glider. Also, congrats. I didn't buy any GME puts yet. Fucking relax. E-Trade sponsorship is the way forward. Sounds like a great way for E-Trade to get some tasty data, right? Trelly just got out of prison. I can never pronounce his name. Is it Shkreli or Shrelly? Like, is the K silent? I've heard it said on like the news both ways. I've also heard Shakreli. Do you expect 100% upward move for June? I have no idea. We'll determine the range of the move based on Gamma Max at the time. Shikaka. That movie was that scene where he like climbs out of the rhinoceros is still one of the funniest things I think I've ever seen. Are you ever gonna do a if I was poor options breakdown again? Probably. It's pronounced scumbag. It's French. Yeah, I would say most people don't even know what an options contract is. The vast majority of people. That scene lives rent free in my head. What thing? Spy 300 puts for November? Risky. Big risk. I mean, could pay off, might not. Even people that own stocks don't know what an options contract is. True. I mean, most people that own stocks don't even realize that the performance of the mutual funds they're invested in is, losing to inflation and underperforming the market by 7% year over year. So you're telling me there's a chance? Compounding gains are no joke on this play. They're absolutely not. Outlook on a firm for the rest of the week. Probably keep tanking if the market does. I think if and when it bounces back, it'll probably bounce back pretty hard. AMD bounced back pretty hard. Maybe you stop teaching people things now. You've reached your quota. Larry's starting to interrupt my lunch about it, and I can't have that. If you just, Gaff, if you just throw him a meatball, he'll go away. Yeah, I can blow smoke rings, but I'm not 14. Also, the face I make when I do it is stupid. But actually, anytime people make a face while blowing smoke rings, they look stupid. Once you're super rich, please don't stop the stream. I'm not going back to Mo Money. We'll see. I mean, I like doing this. It's rewarding, right? In a non-monetary way, which I'm not a big fan of. But, you know, doing my my part or whatever. Although the waking up is horse shit. So it's like I mean I like hanging out after I'm done like today. I'm done trading for today, right? I'm not entering any positions. I'm not exiting any positions. Like having a free hedge fund to get info from. Pretty good at stocks. Quitter. Well, it's just like the other day. Like I bought a like the for the FTD runs. Was it last like Thursday and Friday? Like I had a shitload of calls, and then I sold them. And then I was like, I didn't want to do anything for the rest of the day. Like, if you make 20 grand, you kind of just want to go lay down. That's true, Bean. Thanks, Sweet and Sour. Thanks for being here, man. Show us your secret, Cenas. That's for a different stream. And I think it's good that I make more money from stocks than the stream, because I could see a version of myself who was poorer and like didn't make money from stocks taking advantage of the situation, and I don't have to. I have no motivation to fuck people over or shill anything or none of it. I get to like message WeBull fucking advertising team back and be like, fuck you, your platform sucks. It's great. I don't have to shill fucking, what was that one? Oh, I forgot the name of it. Skillshare. I don't have to take a moment to talk about a message from my sponsor. And when people are assholes in the chat, I can just tell them to fuck off and leave. It's great. I don't have to kowtow to anybody. And so as long as I can keep doing that, I enjoy myself. I've never had anxiety in my whole life, but the last 3 months you've gotten me through 4 episodes that were crippling. Just steady demeanor and honesty relax me, not to pressure you. Cool. I'm glad I was able to do that without knowing. Listen, you're not getting access to the secret CNS without a Pigeon Well membership, all right? End of story. Guy who's bored. Kowtow to our might, beauty, and bullishness. I'm definitely not the richest person in here. That guy who fucking crushed the November run is by far, I don't know how often he's in here anymore, but he's by far the richest person in this chat. Not enough liquidity, Stefan. Thanks, NW. Of course I didn't mention you in the CC video. You're a bad example. So they're just going to short the market until May 20th and start buying back. Fed start tapering June 1st. Bear trap? Thoughts? Could be. I kind of agree with that. I think we'll see a pretty decent bounce after this deposit period. 26K BTC calls closed. Nice. Fuck yeah, Gaff. You're long short too, right? So you're playing the bounce? Crush the November run. How much did they make? They got out on Monday with like 14 million. It was like a real YOLO, like a HELOC YOLO. I should have sold when he did. I got out with $14. I've got you beat. I think I got out with like 100 something. Those out of the monies got fucking burned so hard. Jesus. Yeah, he just sold on Monday. He's like, yeah, I hit my price target. And he just sold his whole position on Monday. As far as I know, he didn't YOLO back in on Tuesday. After market close, John. I think we rip next week. I don't know. I mean, that was just his options position. He had 6x shares too, man. I don't think he sold his shares though. Yeah, he didn't fucking, yeah, he didn't become a pontiff of VWAP. He didn't send anything. He just DM'd me. It was like, thanks, bro. And shared a screenshot. Was he a member? I'm not sure because I don't know what his YouTube name was. He wasn't on the Discord though. No, it wasn't Ka. Massive volume of 715 puts. I mean, it looks like they're trying to short it down, right? Big put flow. Trying to drive the price down. You're the most ethical shill ever. Thanks. You're not the $14 million guy, man. It was me. Now I just lurk amongst you pores. I'm the whale of CX. Respects me. I just exited my paper market put for a grand total profit loss 45% on a 50K investment. Nice, dude. I remember when I went all in on a cycle and then GameStop released shares. Yeah. I very responsibly bought into it knowing absolutely nothing about the underlying. Its options chain is doing things that GameStop did before it squeezed, and it's interesting. Also, positionally, I'm up right now, which, you know, is cool. So I think if enough pressure is applied to it, because it's not fully decoupled, it will squeeze again. It squeezed before, too, if you guys don't remember. The last time I had VXX positions, it went up to like $40. No fucking reason. Interesting thought, Stefan. I've considered that. But I like JFresh's approach, right? You just post data and they don't understand what it means. It's hysterical. IJR had some weird volume today. Might be worth looking into. Interesting. I'll check it out after close. I think we can get that. Can we get fund flow from... Is Turd around? Can we get fund flow from BlackRock? I think we can. My newest position is $125 puts on the VIX for post drop dead cat bounce. I think we have a little while to go before you buy into those though, right? Continue down or reversal? I think we continue down. We're finding some stabilization, but I think we're going to see a sell off into close, which is going to provoke more selling in the morning. My risk problem trading is getting excited. In these kinds of periods, I start to feel the FOMO pretty bad and sometimes act on it, getting burned by theta high IV right now. Thoughts? I mean, I don't think it's going to run next week. Like maybe a little. I think we'll stay stable, mostly stable through next week. Like I don't think we're going to tank hard, but I think we will tank hard, and when we do, it's going to be rough. As far as suppressing excitement, that's tough. Even I get excited by like plays where it's not really the money I get excited by. It's like the confirmation of the thesis, right? That drives it. I don't know. I don't know how you get rid of that. That's tough. You have to not let it influence your decisions, which you can do just by being disciplined about your trades. What is this sideways shit? Go up or down already? Tell us a way that they can get out of June OPEX without running it early. As far as I know, there isn't one. They can't, like, that's kind of the end, right? They can roll forward now, which we see them doing in XRT and stuff, and we see the put buying. And they can push that out until the ETF rebalance period. But when those ETF asset baskets need to be rebalanced, they need to be rebalanced. Otherwise, the ETFs blow up, or the ETFs force close their positions. Either way, I mean. So for one quarter, you can shave value off of indices. But at the end of that quarter, you've gotta there has to be, money has to flow back into that fund for it to stay stable. I think they're getting better at it. It could be until June 15th, yeah. I mean, that still ignores outside catalysts based on the what happens at the shareholders meeting, right? If we have a stock split on like the 16th, IV could start to bump and price could start to bump right after the shareholders meeting. But I think, yeah, most likely we'll start to see a turnaround around the 14th, 15th. VXX calls printing. Yeah. Doing pretty good. Thank you, why so serious? You don't think Mayopex will jump on up a small amount? Maybe 110-ish? No. I think we'll see some volatility, but I don't think we're going up to 110. Too many options out of the money already. And I can't imagine our price being much better by Friday. I think they know exactly what they're doing, and the price action is well within their parameters for risk. I wish that were true. Why do you think VXX will squeeze? Because I think people got margin called during their decoupling. Also, based on the options data for VXX, it looks like it's going to fall with like Volga-Vana squeeze. It looks very similar to the Gamma and Delta tests on GameStop before January of last year. Gamma and Delta are going crazy. So it looks promising. I don't know. If it's not, right, it's just like a bullshit play. It's fun money. But it'd be nice to see how it plays out. So I'm in it. BBAI shot up 24% today. Like one of the weird like overshort SPACs. The SPACs don't really run on the same cycles as GameStop. Yeah, it looks like it's bouncing. This trend will probably get defeated over the next few days. It seems to do that. I think they're just going to bleed value off of this like they do the other SPACs. It's just a little earlier in the cycle. But if you look at like BBIG, IRNT, Ader, all of them are going to like follow this same pattern where they just like slowly bleed off value. I doubt that's much different. They seem to be pretty good at doing it. Yeah, I think they're going to try to drive GameStop's price down even further and crush IV more. Interesting. JPAD didn't say anything today. Oh no, I think they discovered the advantage to hiding their GameStop short position back in January was that they could create these very profitable cycles to relieve their obligations and drive volatility. Also, I think it's something they've been doing for a very long time. It just wasn't as noticeable until liquidity dried up, right? I don't know how hard it would squeeze. Just be in it for the squeeze, right? Yeah, I tried surfing once. There was like a mako shark, which if you haven't seen one, they're very big. And it was like very close to me. And I was like, why the fuck am I in the ocean? And then I never did it again. Listen, when you're in the middle of the ocean on a surfboard, mako sharks are big. They're bigger than me. I don't have any shares for wheat. I just have calls. I have 35s. 12 of them right now, I think. Yeah, I have 12 $35 contracts. FTD rollover cycles for CNS have been in place since at least 2017. RC's buy-in just crushed liquidity and force aligned the FTD cycles, making the patterns far more noticeable. Yeah. I've seen great whites in the ocean, but like I wasn't in the ocean with them. You're saying that they've been using these super complex mechanics for a long time and nobody knew they were doing this. I guess it's possible. People do specialized things all the time. I mean, yeah, you have some of the most educated people in the world working for these funds and designing these strategies. No, I am not 700 pounds of pure muscle. Lifelong Californian surfer. Almost pooped my pants a month back seeing a giant bull shark swim under me. Fuck that. He just had to make millions like that one guy. What did he do? Buy tons of far out of the monies the week of the run up? He bought the day after I put out the DD and he bought I think he bought 250s. He just bought a shitload of 250s. No, he didn't buy long dated calls. I think they were like 2 weeks to expiration. Reaches 12 feet and weights of at least 1,200 pounds. He was a big fucker. Like, nobody was gonna fight him, right? And he was like getting all hyper around us. He was like swimming around us and like doing like big splashes with his tail and moving really fast. It was scary as fuck. And I went right back to land, and I've never been in the ocean again. Fuck that shit. I never want to be in any environment where I'm not the apex predator. I mean, GameStop's made a lot of people millionaires. It's not that crazy. $370 likes? No. 1,129 likes. We're crushing it today. Why is a reverse split good for us? Forces a share recall. fucks up long-term derivatives. They won't do it unless we're trading at very low prices, but if you're within a 2-mile radius of someone on bath salts, you're not the apex predator. As far as I know, there's no one in my apartment that's on bath salts right now. Trash, so I'm okay. Ooh, doing a little bounce into the end of the day. That's exciting. Look how cute. What you have to do, Gaff, is you have to hit the dislike button twice. Really double click it, you know? How about the VIX splits? I still think they're a bit far out of the money. I'll just stay away from all fucking sharks. Because I can't watch out for them. I'm not a fish. VRM and con. Vroom. I mean, who cares if this goes out of business? It's already worth $1. Con. This one might be worth shorting. I mean, it's not performing well. What did they do? They like finance furniture and shit. This could be riskier. They could try to get funding, especially with the the economy coming down. There's like non-prime lenders, and the rates going up can do really well. I don't really know much about the companies themselves, but from a technical standpoint, con looks like shit. The other one doesn't look like it's worth shorting because it's at $1. Unless you just want a massive amount of short leverage, which is a huge amount of risk. I remember Jimmy was over 400. There was a time. How do you feel about Chinese stocks? Fine? I don't know. I play Baba a lot. Just tell the shark you're a pigeon whale. They'll leave you alone. Little fat, blubbery pigeon whale. Those are delicious. It's like a seal with wings. It feels like opening a spy straddle every morning might be the move. I mean, your straddle has to print, which if the market trades sideways, it won't do, right? But why am I looking at GME twice? That's stupid. So you just spray some shark repellent on? I don't know what strikes I'm going to get. I don't know what we're going to be trading at yet. No, this isn't MOASS. Any thoughts on SoFi beating the market today? It's the only thing it's beat in the last 3 months. Why does no one believe me when I say GME is actually just a 3x bull ETF for the SPY that we've been baited into? GME is definitely a 3x ETF, but sharks don't really eat people. They just taste them, which involves killing the person. Do you know the Mandarin to English translation of penguin is business goose? And also, dolphin translates to gay shark. That's funny. One thing I'm certain of is I'm getting better at drawing lines on charts. Congratulations. Holding I don't have any GME puts yet. Why do people keep asking me about GME puts? I didn't buy any yet. I had calls this morning, which I sold on the run up. And then, because I bought them to hedge my covered calls. And then I have covered calls, which are not same like puts. What GME puts are you holding? Technical analysis of the financial markets is a good place to start, Jimbo. Thanks, Axe Capital. Appreciate it, man. Do you buy options in your other brokerages? Yeah. I'm not a gay shark. You're also not a dolphin, dork. I'd say more like an otter. This is ridiculous. We're trading at levels not seen since 2 days ago. I know. Buy puts, same like sell in the money CCs. No. But are you a cat? I am not. I'm a pickle. Your high concentration may hold risk. Thoughts on holding a SPY 390p overnight? Risky, Ryan. I don't know. I don't like holding SPY positions overnight very often. You could, because it could potentially drop more. But I'm not seeing like a big sell-off into close. I'd worry that it would stagnate for the rest of the week. You know, your profits may be highest now. It's up to you, but I mean, there's definitely some risk in trying to carry it overnight. What are the best fingerless gloves for day trading in? You know, I really wish I could find a pair because I would wear them. I'd imagine like a thin suede so you can move extra fast. Are you familiar with global growth optimism metric? It's currently at an all-time low. In the past, almost every time that has happened within a month, the market has gone up bigly, like in August or December. I'm not super familiar with it. Like I don't watch it frequently, but I have a hard time believing that given our position in the like Schiller index and stuff and our current GDP, which is unimpressive. I think we're headed for a recession, but possibly. I don't know. I'll check it out. When do you take profits on your VIX hedge during SLD? I'm kind of looking at it right now like I should take some profits. But there's still 2 more days, so I'll probably wait. They're far enough out that even if I miss one SLD cycle, like they'll print on the next one. That's on puts on the dicks overnight. I don't know. Just hit up my DMs, Surface Smurf, if that's what it's about. You ever try palmless gloves to go with my calfless chaps? What's the worst thing about a recession? Foreclosures, higher rents, layoffs. Weren't you around for the last one, Smooth? Ooh, those are lace. I suppose if you want to get really fancy with your trading, or maybe if like your portfolio is into that kind of thing. Yeah, the Schiller index, the PE10. When Pickle Academy about internalization? Fuck off, Bob. So recession seemed like when COVID first started? No, we weren't in a recession. Are they Prince's trading gloves? I don't know. But a part of me wants to believe that Prince was an amazing trader. Like one of the best investors, and we just have no idea. Sounds like a lot of your viewers are pretty young if they don't know what a recession is. I mean, Smooth knows. He's probably just kind of high, and also him. I mean, like when everything was closed and no one was allowed to go out. No. Recession like 2008 to 2012. Making it purple rain. Do you think this next run in June will be bigger than March? My gut tells me that we'll slam it, and we won't see Vega neutral till the day after the shareholders meeting, making June 3rd the time to enter. Just worried the downturn will sour things. It's reverse split or bust. No, I mean, they drop our price every cycle. Why does everyone get all worried? I think a reverse split would be good for us. I mean, in the sense of a squeeze. I don't think it's going to happen at all. You know? It's super fucking unlikely. It's fun to like think about and talk about, but yeah, we might not see Vega neutral till after the shareholders meeting. I agree. You decide if you ever want to really want to zig a zig ah? Yeah, of course I do. What size are your trading gloves? XL. I mean, I feel like that's what people who are like pushing a recession forward think is just like they don't even know what's happening, right? So they're like, ah, gas prices and this, but they don't really dig deeper than that. When will you be sure about May OPEX or lack thereof? I mean, we'll know next week. Last recession was great if one had a recession proof job. Cheap flights, cheap hotels, cheap concert tickets, fun times. Yeah. I mean, the recession was not created by Obama, but it continued through his time in office, yes. Blaming the sitting president for economic shit is usually kind of silly. It's usually the previous administration or even the one before that. Our current economic woes are largely driven by shit that happened back in the 80s and 90s. Have you ever been starstruck? Not really. The dollar milkshake theory? What's that? Yeah, it's just to prevent theta decay while you wait for a move in the underlying. Great recovery news from your family member. It looks like they're doing okay, and they don't need me, so that's a plus. What are your thoughts on Reagan and his economic policies? I mean, they were shit, right? But so were Clinton's. None of them did anything good for anybody. Trickle down economics is fucking stupid. And allowing investment banks, like the repeal of Dodd-Frank was real bad. NAFTA didn't really do the US any favors either. Should I roll 27 May 75 puts? A weird date and really far out of the money. You're trying to convince me that trickle down economics is just a lie that deluded half the country into believing that corporations care about you? Yeah. Exactly. Dollar skyrockets, so the rest of the world has to refinance their debt at a higher cost, so you get compounding. Okay. Oh, I think I have heard it. I don't know if I've heard it called the dollar milkshake theory before, but I've heard similar economic theories. We will win the war on drugs. That was fucking stupid, too. It's the idea to close funding on long. Well, I mean, he was an actor, right? Not a fucking economist. And he definitely never should have been a president. But Paul Volcker, I mean, his take on monetary policy and how they handled the situation at the time was interesting, and everyone studies him. Have any of the presidents understood finance on a functional level for their position? No. But they don't need to, right? That's not their fucking job. They have people to do that. It's more the people they hire to do it that are the issue. I honestly think a crash would be healthier right now than this slow bleed. I don't really like the monetary policy they're affecting. Either they need to continue quantitative easing or they need to fucking pull the plug. Let the fucking rate climb over, like over the credit line and just fucking let it just plunge. Things need to fail. It's healthy. It's gonna suck, but it'll suck for less time, and the recovery will be stronger. Hmm. Sorry, 1 second. Ding ding. Yeah, the market's closed. I was just looking at something. It was weird. I don't know what price it's going to squeeze at. I'm just kind of hoping they shut it down. Glass, yeah, don't get me started on Glass-Steagall. All right, so looks like we mostly trended down with the market today. Yeah, still elevated FTDs through tomorrow. We saw a little bit of an effect that this morning with that, and then also with the run in the market where we slightly outperformed early in the day and then underperformed for the rest. Losing 8.87% down to 91.48 at close. I think we could stagnate in this range for the next couple days. The current push down from the put positions doesn't look particularly strong, and so it's reasonable to assume that they have no vested interest in dropping the price much lower. There's not a lot of open OI for this Friday below the current price. So if they can just keep it in this range, I think they'll be successful. And then they can drop it next week after gamma exposure further and move towards that big out of the money long put position. We're going to take a look at the trading view here. Here we go. Okay. We still have MACD diverging on the daily, or continuing to diverge on the daily. We broke down from this kind of failing. It was already a failing pennant with very little volumetric support on the upside. And we didn't even test the high, which would have been at like 104 yesterday. So I think we're done with FTDs for the most part. There will be a few tomorrow, but I don't think it'll be substantial enough to provoke any significant price movement. Maybe a small like $1 or $2 bump in the morning, and that's about it. As you can see with the volume decreasing over these 6 days of ETF FTD exposure. And then once we hit next week after the options expiration, a little bit of GEX. And then continued failing price action as they move into more and more puts. So that's the expectation. Target range, we have very strong resistance at 80. We have strong resistance at 78. And we have resistance at 75 and 73 below that. 73 being our year-over-year low. Could they drive us further down? Yes. They're with gamma or Vega neutral all the way down at 55. I mean, I would say that's the target for where they want to get price action. So if that is the ideal trigger point for their covering of the position, we could expect to see that sometime before June 17th. And remember, this ignores any possible catalyst from Cohen or GameStop, especially in regards to the split. So that's just from the technical and market mechanic analysis behind this. Remember, things could happen at the shareholder meeting that could change potential, but right now that's what it looks like we're in for. So covered calls and safe positions and puts are kind of on the menu for now. And that's going to be, I think that's going to be about it. For the next couple of weeks. I know it's going to be fucking boring drag, but there's money to be made there. There's other plays that will continue to lose value. Costco looks really good for put positions right now. I'm gonna look into some more stuff tonight, but yeah, I think that's it. So waiting for our opportunity to enter on the long side, and then VOPs after that, we hope. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.